The Single Family Design Board meeting has convened for October 21st, 2024. We will start with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti?
Yes.
Board Member Mosley?
Yes.
Board Member Sherry?
Yes.
We have quorum.
All right, we will start with general public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I do not have any slips for general personal comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment, they may fill a slip out and bring it to me. As I see no one in the audience moving to do so, we will move on next to virtual comment. And at this time, I do not have any hands raised for general public virtual comment. So we will move on to correspondence, and we did not receive any correspondence for general public comment. So at that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Lewis.
All right, thank you. We will move to approval of the minutes. We'll start with the special full board meeting on September 30th. And I had some minor revisions, one on page 4 of 7. Under the motion for Scheme B, item 4, we went back and forth and made an adjustment to this, and so I think the statement, the board and batten siding is to align with the door and window edges, would be where we landed. Board Member Sherry, do you remember this one? Rather than resizing the doors and windows, that the board and batten siding was supposed to align with the edges of the doors and windows.
Yeah, like the reveals of the
Yes.
board and batten, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if the statement reads, the board and batten siding to align with the door and window edges, I think that that would be more accurate. And then another minor one down in the motion for Scheme C was that the siding also be a warm white, in addition to the window and door trim being a warm white.
The second item.
Oh, sorry, if the second one also says warm white. Thanks. Warm white. Okay. Those were the main, there were a few minor typos, but I think those were the only that had conceptual changes for the language.
Are we going through like any typos or, yeah?
I don't know if they were typos, so maybe there were. I just saw ways I could have, like, maybe worded something differently, but
Yeah.
the intent was
The
there.
intent was there.
So,
I
agreed.
agree. Okay, so I'll move to approve the minutes from September 30th's full board meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Graffiti.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti?
Yes.
Board Member Mosley?
Yes.
Board Member Sherry?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next is review for October 7th full board. And again, a very minor one, but in, on page 4, item 4 in the motion, where it says site walls through, I think if it says site walls and the pool, I think would help. And I didn't have any other changes. Did anyone else
No.
have any changes? Okay, then I'll move to approve the full board minutes for October 7th. Oh,
Second.
thank you.
Chair Lewis?
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti?
Yes.
Board Member Mosley?
Yes.
Board Member Sherry?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next is approval of the minutes from the consent meeting on September 30th. And I believe that was mostly.
Yes, that's
Okay.
me. There was only one minor thing on comment 2, offset is one word. That's it. Item B, comment 2. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it just, yeah, offset.
Offset.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay.
Just
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for the consent meeting of September 30th.
Second.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Moslehi,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, next is approval of the minutes from the consent meeting on October 7th.
Okay, I pre-reviewed these and I didn't have any updates to make. These looked good to me. So with that, I will make a motion to approve the minutes for the consent minutes for October 7th, 2024.
I'll second.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Moslehi,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. Next is ratification of the actions taken at the consent calendar on October 14th and 21st.
So for this, I'll just announce both the October 14th and October 21st. So the October 14th findings and actions are in the posted agenda for today. So I won't read those out since they're already there. But for October 21st, 1542 West Hillcrest Road received project design approval and was continued for final approval. And then item 2 at 504 East Valerio Street was continued indefinitely. And that's all.
Any staff comments? I mean, not staff, sorry, board member comments? Okay, then I'll move to ratify the action taken on the consent calendar for October 14th and October 21st.
I'll second that.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Moslehi,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, next is announcements or future agenda items. Any staff comments?
No staff comments at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So
I have an
oh,
announcement.
yes. Please look.
I would like to disclose an ex-party communication from the applicant of the project at 2401 Metcalfe Road. I received an email which I did not respond, and staff has responded to them and gave them the additional information needed.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. Last meeting, there was comment that there would be an appeal for one of the projects scheduled in November, December. Is there a date yet?
Yes, for 313 Vista de la Cumbre, that appeal was scheduled for December the 5th.
Okay.
So if one of the board members that were in the majority could be present at that hearing, we can follow up and verify who would like to do that, but it would be much appreciated since the commission does like to ask questions about what happened at the hearing, and having somebody there is always helpful.
Okay. And then I believe we do have applications, or at least one, for our board. So that is good, but they haven't, I don't think, yet gone to city council.
I don't believe so. I actually don't have too much information on
Okay,
this. I have
okay.
not been updated of it, so.
So as of
pardon
now,
the
it still
ignorance.
stands that likely they'd be joining us in December. Is that correct?
I believe it's January when the term officially starts, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I keep saying December because maybe it'll happen.
I guess I should make an announcement that I'm out of the country from the 17th till the end of the year.
Yes, that would be helpful. Are there going to be any other planned absences for that month, for the holidays?
Yes, I've emailed mine in as
Okay,
well.
excellent. All right, I'll go ahead and follow up then, but thank you, Board Member Sherry.
Okay. Then we'll start with our first item, which is a continued item here for project design approval and final approval. 351 La Marina. This project consists of a 6,227 square foot lot currently developed with a 1,572 square foot single unit, single story residence and a 446 square foot detached 2-car garage. Proposal to convert the garage to a 2-bedroom accessory dwelling unit and add 228 square feet to connect the ADU to the primary residence. The project also includes a 296 square foot bonus room, accessory structure, above the ADU, a 341 square foot deck, a 26 square foot first floor storage closet, 2 new uncovered tandem parking spaces in the existing driveway. Review and approval of a coastal development permit for the ADU was granted by the staff hearing officer on October 2nd. The proposed total of 2,568 square feet of development on a 6,227 square foot lot is 94% of the maximum required Florida lot area ratio. Project design approval and final approval are requested. The project was last heard on April 22nd. Are there any staff comments before we begin?
Thank you, Chair. Hello, board members. Holly Garson with Planning and Zoning, Assistant Planner. Just some reminders about this project. I inherited it, so it's new to me, and for those who may be listening online, interested parties, this project, when it initially was heard by the board, the ADU did trigger design review. However, now as the process has gone on, the ADU now meets all the ministerial criteria in the ADU ordinance. So that component itself is not subject to SFDB purview, but the rest of the project elements as described are. Let's see, the staff hearing officer approved the coastal development permit with the standard conditions of approval. So nothing of note there. The ADU is included in the FAR calculation. And in the coastal zone, so specifically to this site, you can displace your parking for the benefit of constructing an ADU. So you'll see that proposed, the 2 tandem parking stalls in the driveway, which transportation planning has reviewed, and they're in support of that configuration. They'll be getting a waiver later in the process through the building permit process. And this ADU does not require parking itself, as it meets one of the exceptions due to its location and proximity to a bus stop. So I'm here for questions if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, during your presentation, going through the minutes, thank you, and referencing any drawings as needed.
Okay, Kyle Dixon, Windward Design Services. Don't believe we have any listed minutes here on this document.
That's an agenda.
Yeah.
And is that date correct? I feel like we saw you earlier, but maybe it's been that long.
No, yeah, we went through quite a bit with planning because we were being on the
got it.
mesa,
Okay,
we're
okay.
within the oil well.
Okay.
And this property was within range of 3 different oil wells, but we've resolved that with the department.
Well,
I've been here every week.
I do see it
Yeah,
for other projects,
yeah.
but I was thinking this
another
one
project.
specifically.
Yeah, I'm here quite often. You want me to go over these minutes here? I don't see any comments outside of the board being in support and that the building is compliant.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, so since we presented in April, aesthetically, there hasn't been any changes to the building. I know from the last one presented in April, we had done work to change the pitch of the roof from facing forward towards the street. and offset this window to disrupt some of the massing. We also are taking away the gable roof over the main residence to go with a flat roof to tie that element into what's going on with the bonus room above the ADU. All the roofs shown here are 1 in 12. Let me go to our elevations. Apologies for all the scrolling. Oh yeah, and here the existing roof over the main residence, garage roof, and then our replacements. So this front elevation is probably the best look at what's being proposed. We will be redoing the stucco finish for a tone that is similar to what's going on with the new construction. Our rail here around our upper deck, we've added opaque glass screening to help with neighborhood privacy to the adjacent property, which sits slightly downhill from us. We reduced this window size to a 2x6, and we've set the header height at 8. And again, this is the window that overlooks the neighbor on the left. The building height is 19'4". And over here in our sections, you kind of show our plate heights, 8 on the lower level, 8 at the rear. And then as you work your way across, that downhill property is on this side. It's 9'2" at the top. And again, the overall height from the top of this extended eave is 19'4". We've added details here, just a cross-section detail. This is the steel guard for the staircase that leads up to the bonus room. The bonus room is connected to the ADU. And then here's a cross-section of our guard around the deck at 2'4", and then that 1'6" opaque screening element. The total guard will be 48 inches in height. And here's some renders. I believe these are the same from the last presentation, just to show the overall look and appearance of the proposed remodel, with the upper deck overlapping the master bedroom, the new flat roof over the main residence, the staircase with that cable rail system, spa, and pitched roof. And that'll conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you. We'll move to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I do not have any slips for this particular item. However, if anyone wishes to fill out a slip and bring it to me, they may do so. I see no one in the audience, so we will move on to virtual comment. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised for virtual comment. And we did receive a written correspondence on this project from a Miss Helen Good. And at that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Lewis.
All right, thank you. We will move to questions from the board. One question I have is if you guys have been in contact with the adjacent neighbor.
We have not at this time. I did read over the comments. I know that there was some concern with the privacy element with the side window here. This was something that we had discussed in preliminary. That's what led us to reduce the window size and raise the header height. The sill sits at about 6 feet and the topping at 8. I don't believe that, I believe it provides us the best case condition for like leering over into her rear yard. The other comment she had was about the power pole, which, although not shown here, sits at the back end. I do have it on our site plan. That power pole is 12 feet from the rear of this ADU. And with the height of 19'4", we still would be well under the cables.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board?
I just had one about the detail of the guardrail metal cap where it interfaces with the glass. And this is minor, but I was just wondering why the overhang was so extensive on the roof deck side.
That may just be, the cross-section is created through ArchiCAD, so it might be my placement. our proposal is to center it.
Okay.
And not have it be a one-way over.
Just wondering why you needed that extra.
No,
okay.
not the intent.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Could you flash back to the minutes? I just wanted to make sure. I know they looked pretty general, but, oh, sorry, I just realized you didn't have them on the tab. Okay. Okay, so question, because this item's here for project design approval and final approval, and those look like project design approval
We had to make
minutes.
certain number of findings because it was going to a statutory
Got it, okay.
officer.
Because they look like all supportable
they are.
comments. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I was very confused by. Got it, thank you. And that's it for me.
Okay, any other questions?
I have just one question. I watched a video of the previous time. There was another neighbor here as well. Can
Yes.
you show us on the aerial map which house was
Yeah.
hers? And have you considered connecting them? Or can you justify what was she had concerns about?
Yeah,
It was
if I'm not
privacy, but I'm sure it was like resolved.
Yes. So with the neighboring property here, we had moved the deck forward, and now it's overlooking their roof. The offset, the yard that she's mentioned in both this comment and the previous, sits kind of where my sound calculation is. So the hope is that by sitting 12 feet forward and then the length of the ADU or the bonus room above, we're far enough forward to avoid peering over the backyard. Another comment I recall was the neighbors up above the hill. So the best place to show this is there was an as-built unpermitted structure on the property, which is eyesore, maybe that's not the proper wording. But it's this large red deck up here, and it had this flagpole. And so the neighbors from behind, that's all they see, is they're looking over their hedge line and they see this flagpole. So in our demolished plan, we're removing that entire deck off.
Okay.
Because even with it, I don't believe it's compliant with any standards or building code standards as well. And same here, the staircase will be removed. We will be utilizing these concrete steps for the new staircase. So we'll be wrapping around the deck or the spa, and that staircase will come up along this wall line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. We'll move to comments. I think you've done a good job. I agree that with the windows at the height that they are in on the second story, they're more just to bring in light. It's not a privacy concern, and I agree that the location of the balcony is well beyond what we normally expect with the 15 feet, and it's set pretty well centrally into your residence, into the building. I think that you've done a good job now of matching the materials between the proposed and the existing so that it looks like a cohesive property.
Yep, I agree with Chair Lewis. I'm not always in full support of the second story element on, the bordering properties in the back, but I think you've done a lot to be considerate. I appreciate you reducing the window size and the placement of the deck. And I think it's modest and including the height of it. So overall, in support of the project, one thing I'll add, and I know we didn't make this as a requirement or a comment, I would really encourage you or the owner to consider even minor updates to landscaping in the front. I just think there's a lot of potential to soften. You're spending all this money to enhance this house and make a beautiful project, and I think even a little bit could go a long way there to make more curb appeal. But that would be it for me.
Okay. And remind us, there are no trees planning to be demolished? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion? Okay. Oh, yeah.
No, go
Oh, okay. I move to approve this project for project design approval and final approval. The proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood, giving a consistent aesthetic to all of the structures on the property. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale is appropriate to the site and neighborhood. The proposed buildings and structures are designed with quality architectural details. The proposed materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline or hillside. No trees are proposed to be removed. The public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. The project generally complies with good neighbor guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and lighting, with second-story windows being above head height to reduce any privacy concerns. The development, including proposed structures and grading, preserves significant public scenic views of and from the hillside.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Moslehi,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Great. And I just want to announce the appeal period for this project. So 10 calendar days. If we don't hear anything, you can go ahead and move on to the building permit submittal. And before we go on to the next item, I think I scheduled it.
7-minute.
Yeah, we might have to wait until 3:35, I believe, is 15 minutes before 3:50. So until then,
All right, thank you.
thanks.
Thanks.
I know, I was very surprised.
Love your dress. So pretty on you. I know. It's
We are ready to start back up when CCTV is ready.
I think we're good.
We are ready. Okay. Item 2 is a continued item here for project design approval and final approval. 1724 La Coronilla Drive. Proposal for a 125 square foot second story addition to an existing 2,055 square foot two-story single-unit residence with a 465 square foot garage in the Hillside Design District. The total proposed 2,645 square feet of an 8,410 square foot lot is 81% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval and final approval are requested. The project was last heard on consent on August 26th. Are you here? Okay, welcome. You can come up here. Yes.
I did just want to provide quick background is that this project was heard at the consent hearing on August 26th and was continued with comments.
Okay.
But the applicant team wanted the full board to review their response to the last comments and see what other discussions may be had with their project proposal.
Okay,
That's it.
perfect. So as a part of your 15-minute presentation, if you can make sure to go through the previous minutes, which are on tab 2, and also reference your previous plans, which are on the 3rd tab. And if you just press the push button, there you go, and you can both state your
Push the
names
push?
for the record. Mhm.
Okay, I'm a neophyte with this stuff. I'm so old school, I usually come with a roll of drawings, so forgive me if I screw up here. My name is Brett Ettinger, Ferguson Ettinger Architects. Nice to meet all of you. And today with me is our client and owner, also an architect, Sandra Vlock, who moved here, 6 months ago?
No, well,
Something
actually,
like that.
3.5 years ago.
Okay,
renting
pardon me.
And found a beautiful home.
Okay. Thank you for allowing us to present full board. I think it's important for us to have the opportunity to give you a thorough description of our initial design intent when we designed this addition and remodel 4 years ago, completed 4 years ago, as well as how it ties in with our proposed design proposal, redundant, that you see here today. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, cover sheet. You all probably are already aware of this project, but I'll quickly go through it. The site plan shows on the cover sheet right there on the left-hand side shaded where our modest 125 square foot proposed addition is. It is included within the footprint of the existing, previously built, sunken second floor deck. As I scroll through to the next sheet of the existing photographs, you'll see the completed project from the rear yard. We added some photos for you showing the second floor in the center on both the top row and the bottom row, which were originally intended with the previous owner to be her at-home art studio. The glass extends to the ceiling on 3 sides to capture what are incredible mountain and ocean views. As you look at these photos here, you can see the deliberate approach of the large cantilevered flat roof element. The hierarchy was set up to have a clear design intent to provide shelter for these windows from the sun and from the weather, and to provide a horizontal articulated moment in juxtaposition with these more massive smooth troweled earth tone cement plaster portions on the right, which encompass the chimney as well as the stairwell, and then beyond wraps around to this powder room you see in the upper left. Note the mitered corner glass window, please. Let's see if I can scroll down to the bottom. And these are just a couple more views from the street. The project really tucks in nicely. And incidentally, I guess all the neighbors really
Love it.
like your home. Okay. The next sheet are some contextual photographs, more immediate context from the upper roof deck, which we're proposing to enclose. You can see in the center beyond is the neighbor to the west, who is very, very adamant about privacy, both 4 and 5 years ago and currently as well. So we took that into major consideration here. Second row, a couple more photos of the deck looking north, south, and then back at the art studio addition with the bifold glass doors, which will come out as part of this project. And then 3 more photos of the interior that I just went right by. Let's see. there they are, and you can kind of sense that wraparound glass with the mahogany veneer plywood ceilings. As I scroll down one more sheet, that's the floor plan. No, that was just included as a requirement from the planning department. No work there. Next page, the roof plan and second floor roof plan. You can see the existing deck at the top of the page, 125 square feet. It's already been structured to take that second floor load, so we're going to just take what is an obvious location for the bathroom and walk-in closet. Again, modest in scale, but the objective of Sandra is to take this, rightfully so, and convert it from an art studio into a proper primary bedroom suite. So we'll just move a little further past the reflected ceiling plan and lighting plan. Please note we are not proposing any additional exterior lighting as part of this addition. In fact, we'll be taking out some recessed wall lights that are part of the low guardrail plaster walls that were associated with the roof deck. I'm going as fast as I can. And then here, roof plan, again, showing the big floating roof, the clear designation between that floating roof, the plaster elements on the right, the flat parapets, no flashings, and then the same on the left. I'm going to go back to the plan really quick and just point something out, if I could. Forgot this little tidbit of information. There you go. Please note upper right-hand corner facing southeast, that little powder room where that corner glass is. We're merely repeating that on the opposite diagonal to sort of tie the articulation together in the fenestration. Please note also the other window facing north out of the bathroom deliberately looks straight north and not into the neighbor's rear yard, which is off to the left, upper left. That window in the shower actually is designed to retain privacy for both Sandra and the neighbor, as well as it looks toward the ocean and toward the front yard or the driveway of the neighbor. Now I'm going to get down to the fun stuff. Hopefully fun. We went out and took some additional photos as requested. The photo on the left is looking straight at that bathroom element that kind of holds and substantiates the floating roof element, which is fairly light. So we did this to sort of pin the roof down. The second photo in, we tried to the best of our ability. We cannot get onto that neighbor's property, which was one of your comments in the minutes, to take a photo. Forbidden, let's just put it that way. So we stood on a ladder on a steep slope and got as close as we could to that property line. You can see, if you scroll in there, the house on the right-hand side, kind of right up against the property line. We were cognizant of that and wanted to kind of keep our distance. The upper right-hand two photos are from across the canyon on Miramonte, seeing that little second floor roof addition. Scroll down to our proposed design from the street. We were very deliberate in our approach to this project. In fact, Sandra being an architect and me being an architect, we both had our sketch pads out to start the project. And she originally thought, you had a few thoughts.
Just wanted to tuck it underneath that roof.
Yeah. And the reason for that is probably three or fourfold. But number one, if you look to the bottom there where we did do the additional rendering, we wanted to retain the hierarchy that we had established with this floating roof and keep it where it was necessary to be, i.e. protecting the glass, and to really make a moment out of what was the art studio, and now it's the primary bedroom. Using the massive forms of the integrally colored earth tone cement plaster, smooth troweled, we used those forms, which were taller and lower and at varying heights, to lock in the previous design, and then shifted gears on the left-hand side and slid that addition under the existing roof so that there was a real three-dimensional play there. And most importantly, we did that because we didn't want to, what I think the lower left-hand rendering shows, to have a looming effect over our neighbor to the west without any articulation in that big roof form. You can see it as well in the lower rendering on the right, which was requested. We did try it. We had looked at this in sketch form and many other options, and we just don't believe that's the way to go here. So stepping down the roof toward the neighbor, acknowledging solar guidelines well below casting any shadows there, no privacy issues, and using the forms and the massing that we already have there to integrate the architecture and keep the original design integrity intact. There was a comment as well about restudying the location of the downspout. If you look at that, our current location is in the middle rendering, upper left, the one there. You can see it centered on that wall. Note that we already have a downspout around the north side off of the high floating roof. We studied that as well. We thought putting another downspout there would be clumsy and a little fussy, so we decided instead to compositionally place that on the center of that wall. It's actually a nice looking downspout. They're all zinc, and it's a piece of the architecture and well detailed. So we think it's in the correct location. We'd like your feedback on that. Another comment that was made was study the alignment of the windows in the proposed addition with the existing windows, or something of that nature. You can all see that this project is not a 2-story box or a 3-story box. It's not an office building, and it does not have a flat facade. There are lots of ins and outs here, both horizontally and vertically, deliberately so, to break up the massing, provide shadow line, et cetera, and do all those proper neighborhood preservation design techniques. So the windows are placed, both the corner window and the window at the back in the 2 upper renderings, to provide compositional interest in a 3-dimensional way, not a 2-dimensional way. So we think that this project is more about
You have
looking.
about 5 minutes remaining.
I have 5 left?
5 minutes.
Oh, that, no problem. I'll finish up, no problem. This is where I wanted to keep the gist of my time, if I could. So in any event, we did show the additional renderings and views to the best of our ability, understanding we could not get on the neighbor's property. And we think that what we're proposing here, the stepping down toward the neighbor, is the proper thing to do. And I'll follow up with that in a couple minutes on some other points. The next sheet is just simply a 2-dimensional representation of the existing at the top from the street, our proposed addition. I'm going to back up to that rendering sheet here one more time. Middle rendering on the right, our proposed design. We did, after looking at this again, restudying and thinking hard, we did add a little moment of articulation here, material articulation at the corner window that I think nicely ties that black and steel plate fascia of the big overhang with the flush steel plate lintel at the corner window. I think that is a little material detail that kind of holds on to that little addition as it slides under the roof. Okay. 2-dimensional drawings showing the same relationships and the optional alternate approach at the bottom. The material palette, as I've mentioned, is nice. It's high quality, integrally colored plaster, a warm standing seam zinc roof, black and steel fascias, and black anodized windows. You can see the stepping there that exists in those forms. We merely transferred those to the other side and stepped them down as opposed to up. Here's the existing rear elevation with the deck, our little slip under the roof for the bathroom and walk-in closet addition. And then the same on the right with that west elevation at the top existing, in the middle, what we like and are proposing, and at the bottom with the roof extending out toward the neighbor as suggested. And then some longitudinal sections which are pretty much apples to apples with what we've shown you in the other sheets, and then some details that are appropriate specifically to our project. And I think in terms of the minutes, where were we?
Would you mind showing us on the screen? That's your second tab.
Sure. I see them. Okay. Oops. Right there?
You keep going.
Oh.
I think that's a different project. If you keep going down to your project.
Okay.
Let's see.
There you go.
Mhm.
Study the roof line, positioning a roof line stop that currently makes the addition massing inconsistent with the existing overhang roof. Possibly look for a solution in the fascia of the massing of the roof. I hope I've explained why we did what we did and why we're doing what we're doing. studied the head height of the proposed new windows and the head height of the existing windows. I hope also that I explained the reasoning for our two windows and their location in the plaster walls. The west elevation, we've talked about the downspouts, and the photographs I've talked about too. Got as tight to the neighbor as I could without falling off the ladder. I think in terms of the drawing presentation, that's pretty much it, but I also wanted to just close, I got 2 minutes left or 1 minute left, on going over good neighbor policies, Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance, and second floor concepts right out of the Single-Family Design Review Guidelines. I think we've ticked every box. I don't know how many more boxes we can tick. We've been sensitive to privacy for both the neighbor to the west and Sandra. We've studied the massing and broken it up into at least 4 different forms of 4 different heights. We've been sensitive to the solar access guidelines. And we've integrated our design with the previous or the existing architecture. It's very compatible, and we're using quality materials and details. We're only at 81% of the floor area ratio. We've articulated the facade well in terms of scale and visual interest with the play of the window and the roof forms. We have a consistent architectural style balanced with the previous architecture, and we've got a variety of roof forms of varying height. The materials are consistent, mentioned that before, and then on the 2-story design concepts, we've avoided anything bulky or looming. Looming was our primary concern, not to have that big roof kind of floating over the neighbor and potentially cutting down on their solar provisions. We've put the mass of the building before and currently where it belongs, in the center of the property. And we've avoided crowding and overwhelming the neighbor. Again, varying heights and roof lines, et cetera, et cetera. So we've really tried and endeavored to do a sensitive, modest size 125 square
Great,
foot project.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I do not have any slips for this particular project. If anyone wishes to make a comment, they may fill one out and bring it to me. I see no one in the audience to do so, so we will move on to virtual comment. And at this time, I see no hands raised for virtual comment, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this project. So at that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Lewis.
Thank you. To start questions, can you actually walk us through the old plans very quickly? That's the 3rd tab there, just so that we can
The
see.
old plans, you mean
Yes,
the
right
ones that
there.
were presented before?
Yeah, if you just quickly scroll through them, and we'll
see.
tell you when to stop.
Okay. Only difference there is we added the steel plate flush lintel on the addition. These are all the same?
Yeah, you can go, yeah.
Keep going?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just want to see the elevation.
Oh,
from
sure.
before.
You bet. You can get there sooner or later. This sheet?
Your proposed elevation. There we
There.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a question, and it's about that. I'm a little confused. You clarified, I think, part of my question, which is, this is the last set of plans that was reviewed.
Correct.
On consent.
Correct.
And the comments that
Board
were
member
made-
Mosley, he made. Mhm.
that we just saw were based on this design.
Correct.
And so the reason that you're coming to full board is because you didn't want to change the design.
They
Yes.
added, actually, will
Yeah.
you go back to your first
You like
first
the
PDF?
design that you presented,
Yes.
and then that's why you're coming to the full board.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand now.
And we provided the additional information that was requested on this current set of drawings.
And I have a question about the detail of the new roof and how it meets the existing extended cantilever on the upper level. That would be the west, and this, as seen from this elevation, and it'll be seen from the west elevation. Like, what is that interface? Because on the 3D rendering, it looked like they were overlapping, and there was a kind of anyway, where's that detail?
Well, the detail Shows up in many places, Don. It shows up on that new west elevation. It shows up on the renderings, but you have a very good eye. The big overhanging cantilevered roof right now, we wanted to keep the profile of the fascia as narrow. Was that the, well, we didn't want it to get bulky. So we sloped the entire roof toward the north at a 1/4 inch per foot slope. At the street side, that slope, the soffit of that existing mahogany, the existing mahogany soffit hits the top of the plaster parapet, just slides right by. You see it in that view right there.
Yeah.
At the back, it actually drops lower than the parapet of the north-facing plaster and locks in with a variety of details that are shown on
So I
8.
think that if you go to the rendering of that.
Sure.
And to the colored rendering, you
It's on
can kind of
page
see
8
that it
of
looks like
your
there's a notch
proposed
taken
one.
out of the existing overhang where the new,
Correct. Yeah.
I just want to
so-
see what's going on there.
Sure. Which, how would
It's
I
on your
get
first tab.
that one?
It's on page 8.
Oh, okay, I see. Ugh.
It's a touch screen also, if that's helpful scrolling.
Oh, I'll just do it. Uh-oh, sorry. Told you.
Yeah, it's on your presentation from today.
You could also type in 8 where it says 14 at the top.
We'll try that. How's that? I had too much coffee today. Okay, what do I do when I type in 8? Just say
The
go?
enter should work.
I just enter?
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Thanks
and
for the
if you-
teamwork.
Zoom in on the.
Right there?
guideline,
Right there.
Right there. You just zoom in.
Okay.
You can pinch it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so, well, bear with me. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. So, yeah, that steel plate fascia gets notched and laps over to the inside face of the plaster parapet, after which nobody will see what's going on up there. The PVC membrane laps up that little bulkhead wall and under the fascia flashing up above.
And there's a definition at the top and the bottom of that fascia. Is there a relief on the top and bottom where it cuts back in for the majority of the dimension of the fascia, and then at the bottom and the top, it's extending out because it looks like there's 2 lines there representing.
Oh, it might just be the rendering. No, we have a detail on the underside of the fascia that was established. It's a,
That's what our-
it's
that's
a
the
blackened
detail.
steel plate, blackened stainless steel horizontal member that transitions from the fascia plate to here and then captures the mahogany.
That's the detail I've been looking for.
Okay, well, it's existing. You can see it in the existing photograph. This rendering was incorporated into an actual photograph of the project, so I can take you, if you'd like to see that.
So that detail,
Detail.
and I'd also like to see the detail of, you can stay on this drawing. It's
Sure.
on the right-hand side where
Sure.
the steel meets the plaster.
Yes?
Like, is that, I'd like to see that interface detail too.
Oh, I love this interest in these really fine-tuned details. Well, that detail will have a stainless steel Z flashing behind it, and it'll be membraned properly. And the steel plates, typically, we come up with a blind method of fastening them at the underside, under the window head, and at the top, behind
Yeah, I know.
the flashing.
Can you
And
show us
at
where
that-
the detail is in your
the
set?
detail.
Sure.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking about these details, Brad. I'm not
Sure.
picking on you at all. It's because the design is so strong in a contemporary format, and the interface of the roofs is part of a really strong language, and so that's why I'm asking those questions, is because
You want to have
because
confidence that I can pull
think
it
that
off. That's good.
I don't want to get into comments yet, but that's why I'm asking the questions.
Okay. Well, if you look at that elevation on the right, you'll see in the first answer to your question about how that roof of the lower element transitions to that high fascia. I think you can kind of see it there as a bird flies. No one will ever see this, but you can see the membrane wrapping up beyond, and the steel fascia plates lapping over the parapet on left and the right. In terms of the window, Dawn, you want to understand the butt joint between the flush steel plate and the plaster? Is that what you're asking? Of the lintel?
Yeah, the fascia where it meets the plaster. Like just kind of, is it in line?
Oh, yeah, it's flush. It's
flush.
flush. So it's
it's
just a square
basically-
corner bead of the plaster that transitions back to the plywood, and there's waterproofing membrane. We'll probably have a little hemmed edge of stainless steel there to
Okay,
wrap everything nice and tight.
all right, thanks.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
other questions from the board? Okay, we'll move to comments. I think the recommendations during consent were appropriate, and I appreciate having both options here to look at because it makes it very clear to me that I think that the bottom option where you extend the roof and have a consistent language looks the best and provides a cohesive language. I'm struggling with the other option because there's now only a lintel at the window. It doesn't wrap around, and instead of there being like a roof that sits under and kind of falls in, the plaster is coming and meeting in the middle of the adjacent roof. And it feels unresolved and left over. I think the option where the roof extends all the way. I don't think it needs to extend with as far as an overhang that it's doing, but I'm okay with it because it's so far away from other things. But those are my comments. Any other?
Just tagging on to that, I agree. I think the design is stronger with the overhang because I don't feel that the plaster with, I guess, just the plaster and no fascia roof kind of interface with the existing roof is, I think it doesn't look like it was designed by you, honestly. I mean, I think that, but that being said, you know, I've said this before, you know, we're not necessarily in the position of creating great architecture. Like that what we think is great and what somebody else thinks is great is different. So it's not to me that I wouldn't approve the design that they want. I just don't think it's nearly as strong as the other one. I think the other one just really addresses it and makes it look like it was always part of it. And I think that the second design that you want makes it look like it was an addition. So those are my thoughts. But I would approve it this way, just because it's not my preferred way, but sometimes we approve things that we don't always agree is the best solution because we're not the architects. So,
Board Member Graffiti?
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I find both acceptable. I prefer the option with the overhang. I don't think it needs to be as far as it's depicted, at least on the left image on the screen right now. But I think it looks nicer and is more cohesive, but I would be able to make the findings and approve the other option as well. I think it's really well cited. It's a very modest addition. There's a lot of great things going. It's already a beautiful home. And you know, we see projects that are these very, very large 2 stories that are built 6 feet from the fence line, and this is not that at all, and I think it's very respectable. So I'm okay approving either, and this may be a conversation we want to have amongst us and the applicants, depending on all the comments that we have, but I do prefer the option that's on the screen right now.
Board Member Mosley?
First of all, thank you so much for listening to us. I was on the consent meeting and I made the comments. And I think like you started your presentation with a really strong sentence that was like my intent to send the project back to the consent and the applicant wanted to come back to full board. I really wanted another board members to see that because I felt that the project like initially was a really strong move and like a horizontal line, and then with the addition I felt that it's like an unfinished something, and it's like You started your presentation with clear design intent of the second story, horizontal articulated moment. And I thought that addition was like losing that moment. That was why I wanted to study the alternative, to see the clear line continuation. And I agree with the board members and Chair Luis that the extent of the alternative option that you guys have now, that the roof is extending. Initially, that overhang extend was because I think it was a full height window.
Correct.
So three side of the massing was glazing. So
Correct.
the extension of that much overhang was because of the full height window probably. And now it's just like a small transom window up there, and it doesn't need to be that long. And of course, yeah, I agree that it's a personal decision aesthetic wise. And I think like you guys came this far, and if the details are clearly resolved, I think I'm okay with the both options. And it's not like like personally, I will go with the clean second alternative options because it's like a more strong, and it's like, it's always been there. But I agree with like a lot of like explanation that you had, that three-dimensional study of the windows. Now I understand totally why the head height of the window was not with the other windows. It's like three-dimensionally working with the other window on the other side. But the details that board member Sherry was mentioning, I don't think that like transition of that fascia to the plaster is solved now. And the other thing is like the new option, that it's like the tuck under option, the fascia that it's added, it's not, again, it's helping a little bit from the street view, but it feels like it's like a not belong to the project functionally, and it's just like the face, and it's not like wrapping around. So that's like, again, making the project unresolved, and like the initial design is like pretty clean. So I leave it to a discussion to everybody to decide what are we doing.
And board members, pardon the interruption, but something that might be helpful, because this project is here for project design approval and final approval, is something that the applicant mentioned in their presentation, that they read the single-family residence design guidelines they have here. And, these are pretty clear about there can be helpful language in here to make you, to help with your findings for following the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance in terms of mass, bulk, and scale. I just don't want the conversation to get too into the weeds in terms of design intent when Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance has other findings to consider as well. Thank you.
I appreciate that, staff, but I also think part of our goal is to make sure the end result, that we can stand by the quality of the design. And I think that the top option, keeping it under the roof, feels unresolved and would still need studying. I think the second option as it stands is approvable, in my opinion.
I'd like to make a suggestion that, or a question is, because of the mass, bulk, and scale being appropriate and all the other reasons that Brett pointed out, that clearly he felt that the project was ready for project design approval. If we could, based on the mass, bulk, and scale and the fact that it's an issue of resolving the detailing of the roof, if we could make project design approval findings and NPO findings today, and then all they would have to come back with are the details.
I think because they're agendized for both.
We don't have to give both just because they're agendized for both. We can give just one. I'm just trying to move the project forward.
I would rather give PDA and final to their alternate study. They've got all the drawings here for it. They've got all the details for it. I think it's the better design, and half the board agrees.
May I respond to this?
No, sorry, thank you.
Not at this moment.
Not at this moment.
Okay, fine.
We can do that, and then I'm wondering what that's going to do to the applicant. Are they going to walk away going, what do we do now? We really want the other
If
design.
uh,
And I
they
don't know.
came forward with drawings for both.
Oh, okay. I thought that I thought that you showed it to us just because that was the previous submittal and that you don't want that. And so really what
That's
you're
correct.
proposing
Yeah.
is the alternative.
We did it as a sensitive solution or response to your request to show what we still believe is the improper way to detail.
So I have a
the roof.
question for the applicant then. I'd like to know a little bit more about how you got to that conclusion that the other
Sure.
design of the,
Well, thank you very much. You're right, clear design intent for the original project to set up a clear hierarchy. I'm sorry to talk all this architectural stuff. You guys understand it very well. The clear design intent for the original project was this overhanging roof over an all-glass structure. It was for sun protection and weather protection, and to really robustly show that primary space in juxtaposition with the plaster forms. By doing it the way a couple of you are suggesting that you like more, and I appreciate that subjective narrative, it really takes away from the fundamentals of your Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance, which talks about no bulkiness, no unbroken facades, no monolithic edges. We deliberately tried to not do that, retain the integrity of the original project, and discover our own integrity in the addition by taking these molded plaster forms and having them work with that original roof form. And early on in the design process, we both came to the conclusion that that's the right thing to do, and it, what's the word? Ended up compromising the ceiling height to the tune of 7'2" in the bathroom and the walk-in closet. We wouldn't do that on a master bedroom suite unless we felt compelled to do that. It would be great to get the 8-foot ceiling in there, but we feel it's better to have the low ceiling, and Sandra is okay with that, to bring the stepping down. I think three-dimensional, if you have confidence in our abilities, you're going to see when this thing is done that it's going to be a puzzle of parts that are relating and slipping in and out and past that form that we want to retain the integrity of. Not extend it out as an unbroken form. Have a big cantilever on the north and south sides where it's not necessary. That glass is not going to the ceiling. It was necessary here because it was making a clear design move. So that kind of
I have one
describes.
thought here, that there could have been a third option, but I'm restraining myself, but true to form, it would be to have that block where the addition is, to be at the same elevation as the one on the left.
Can you turn your mic on, or mic just?
Oh, yeah. Would you mind clicking on? Yeah, you got it. Thanks. Yeah, and could you just speak into that
Yeah,
for
sorry,
us? Thanks about.
Just a comment that if, with what you just said, Brett, and in terms of the architectural integrity of the design, another option would have been to raise the height of that addition to match the one on the left. And that
Right.
would be perfectly consistent. And so the concession that we're talking about was that didn't want to be looming and agreed that it could nest underneath that roof in a way that made it secondary to its bookend on the left. So I think that's why that wasn't presented.
I want to make one more comment. You said something about Sandra being okay with it. It's not convincing me that it's the design you really want.
Oh, no, it is.
When
I meant
you said,
okay,
and
meaning-
we lowered it and we decided not to extend the roof, and Sandra's okay with it. It makes it, like, I'm trying to get at why you're doing this. Like
It wasn't just okay, it was that we both had the same,
Yeah.
came to the same conclusion at
Yeah.
the time.
This is-
I, in my opinion, I do think that even the third option, in my opinion, that what is here for PDA, if they don't want to do the alternative design, I don't think is ready for PDA. There's a part of the language that feels like it's missing as a cohesive design. Do I think the size, bulk, and scale is appropriate? Yes. Do I think the connection to the existing architecture is there yet? No. And I think that, we've added a lintel, but it's just kind of by itself. Does it want to connect back? Does it want to create its own cohesiveness? And right now it feels very much like an addition where the alternate feels like a cohesive design. I think we could come up with some ideas for how to make the other part cohesive, but it's hitting partially in the roof structure on the backside, which feels messy. It's looks unresolved as it wraps around the corner. It doesn't tuck in completely under. It doesn't meet it where it's at. So those are the things that I'm wrestling with, which the comments that they received and would have come here if they had followed Board Member Moslehi's suggestion would have been the bottom one, and I do think that that's appropriate.
Well, may
Board
I?
Member sorry, we're on comments right now. I'm sorry.
So
So I'm going to.
go ahead and make a motion.
I'll make a motion, and then we'll see where we stand. So I move to approve the project for project design approval and final approval with the condition that of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale is appropriate to the site in the neighborhood. Since the addition matches the language of the existing house and is set on the second story within the first floor footprint. The proposed buildings and structures are designed with quality architectural details, consistent with the existing residence. The proposed materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline or hillside. No trees are proposed to be removed. The public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. The project generally complies with the Good Neighbor Guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and lighting. The development, including proposed structures and grading, preserves significant public scenic views of and from the hillside. No topography is affected. The development maintains a scale and form that blends with the hillside by minimizing the visual appearance of structures and the overall height of structures. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
I don't know how to vote to follow proper protocol, to be honest, because we have two options in front of us. The motion is for one of those, but I'm really unclear, and again, I know this is outside of protocol, so bear with me and guide me how you should, but if the applicant would have a preference that we continue to work on the other option, I'd want to understand that so that we're not making a decision necessarily that is not in the applicant's best interest by approving an alternate design that they may not want. So while I'm open to approving this, I feel just stuck because I'd like to engage to understand if the applicant would prefer, it sounds like at this point, maybe it would be approved, maybe it would be continued to work on the option A plan.
And one with a solution that either raises the roof to match the opposing side, or another solution that is not as, that is more cohesive with the design language.
So staff, once they receive final approval, can they come back with a different design?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So
you were
if
granting.
I am granting PDA and final. If they choose to come back with a different design, we can still hear them with a different design.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That, and just under discussion, even though we don't have a second.
We have a second.
I was
We don't
struggling.
have- we're in the
Oh, we
middle
have,
of
oh, yeah.
voting.
So under discussion still, I was struggling with the same thing because I know that's not what they want, but I can understand why Chair Lewis made the motion because it's the design that she can support, and the applicant brought it to us
Yeah.
as an alternative design. So if it wasn't on the table, then maybe it shouldn't have been brought to us at all. So I think that's why Chair Lewis made her motion the way she did.
Yeah, and I'll say, I second that motion. That was like, if the alternative design, they want the final approval for that, I second the motion, but I don't know if that is like.
Okay, so
They
we're in the
can-
middle of voting, if we can vote.
Okay.
Alternatively,
okay.
we would not like that. We would like
Sorry,
perhaps
sorry,
to have a
Brandon.
straw vote for the 3 people who voiced approval of our proposed design for mass, bulk, and scale.
The way that this works is if they vote no, then it
Substantiation.
fails and they can make a new motion, but we're in the middle of voting for
Okay,
the
I
motion.
apologize.
Thank you.
It's very frustrating.
But the thing that we did clarify with staff is that if we approve this final approval and you want to come back with a different design, you're still able to do that if this motion
It's
passes.
been delayed so much because of
Okay.
some administrative issues already that we're so far behind the 8 ball. We'd
It
like to
already
move.
came to consent, you chose to come to the full board. Okay, so we'll continue our voting.
Board Member Graffitti,
Yes.
Board Member Moseley,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Great.
Would you like to mention the appeal period?
Yeah, so that does start the 10-day appeal period. So you are more than welcome to submit an appeal for the decision made here today. If not, at the end of those 10 days, you can submit to Building and Safety with the plans that were approved. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our third item, which is a new item here for concept review, 3763 Pescadero Drive. Proposal for a new 610 square foot second-story accessory dwelling unit to an existing 2,245 square foot single-story home with an attached garage. No site work or landscaping is proposed. The ADU is subject to discretionary review. The total proposed 2,627 square feet on an 8,712 square foot lot is 78% of the maximum required floor area ratio. No final appealable decision will take place at this hearing. Welcome. Okay. So are there any staff comments for this item?
No staff comments. Yeah, nothing for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you'll have 15 minutes to walk us through. If you can make sure your microphone is on, you'll press the push button and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Joanne Meng. I am here representing the owner, Brendan Moore, who's sitting at the back. What an inspired board of lady architects. Well, I would like to first present the neighborhood
If you don't have
photos.
to hold it down, you can just let go now. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. The neighborhood photos surrounding 3763 Pescadero Drive. This is 3 houses down the street on the south direction, and 3 houses north, towards the north direction, blending to the neighborhood. This is right across the street, a couple blocks away on 935 Palermo Drive, which is a similar ADU development with a second-story addition. Across the street on 3770, second-story addition of ADU, to give a sense of the bulk and scale and height in the immediate surrounding neighborhood. Then I would like to go on to the photos in the immediate vicinity of our property. So this is the view from the west side facing the existing home. And we can see the garage as well as the white. There's an existing white furnace. It's got a white grayish palette. And then the view southwest in the neighborhood addition across the street. And then the third photo shows south-southwest on the same block of the garage where the ADU addition would be, is proposed on top, to be on top of. Now, after the neighborhood surrounding context photos, I would like to share the proposed ADU development.
through the chair to the applicant, it's going to be on the first tab where it says, yep, there you go. You got it.
Is there a way that I can open up the side tab? So I can,
Yeah, I believe on the top left, where underneath right next to the highlighter button.
this one?
No.
This
Yeah, there are
we
pages
go.
there. The screen is also touch screen, so you can also flip
Great.
through it with your hands if that's any easier for you. But there you go.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Now I'd like to go on and show the existing photos more close up of the house and showing its wood siding and the beautiful blue color, as well as the landscape that we're not touching around. The proposed ADU development is on the second story above existing garage solely. We're proposing to have the circulation stairs connecting to the ADU on the exterior, as you can see on the drawing. The proposed fenestration takes great consideration to respect the neighbor's privacy while allowing for ample daylight for the occupants. New exterior wood siding is proposed to match existing wood siding with the same color. No exterior landscape or exterior lighting is proposed, arranged to respect the neighbor's privacy. No other work is proposed for the project. The purpose of this ADU development is so that Vernon, the owner, may have his son and daughter-in-law live together as a family on the property through the coming years, per the wish of his late wife, Marcy. In the end, we would like to present 3 neighbors' support letters showing their strong support for the ADU development.
Yeah. And just through the chair to the applicant, those letters were posted as public comment, so the board has already reviewed those letters, so they have read them. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. And that concludes our presentation for this 610 square foot second story ADU development on 3763 Pescadero Drive in Santa Barbara.
Thank you. We will move now to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I do not have any slips for this particular project. However, if anyone wishes to make a comment, they may fill one out and bring it to me. I see no one in the audience moving to do so, so we will move on to virtual comment. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised for this project. And we did receive written correspondence for this project from Mr. Alex Sheldon, Barbara Janis, and Doug Bowman. And at that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Lewis.
All right, thank you. We will start with questions from the board. Does anyone want to start us?
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Can you tell us the neighbors that had supporting letters, their addresses, or show us do you have an aerial map? I'm not seeing an aerial map. Are they neighbors to the west and east, or?
Their neighbors directly either right across or to the north and south on the same street.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm curious, the roof before above the garage facing the street had a centered pitch, and I'm curious what drove the design for it to be more angled.
That's a great question. Well, mainly it's to taking into consideration of the solar access as well as neighbors' privacy. We did not want to we also would like to keep the interior space to have a 10-foot ceiling at the ridge, and at the same time we chose to lower one side of the roof facing the neighbor so that we respect greatly of the neighbor's privacy.
I'm sorry, Charlie. Excuse me. While we have people roll in here, can we just ask that you try to be as quiet as possible? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Board member Sherry or Graffiti? No? Okay, we'll move to comments. I think it's a very modest addition and change, and I'm very appreciative of all the neighbor support. I think if anything, I'd be open to more glazing, but I think that it's reasonable and appropriate, and I think it's compatible.
I understand your reasoning for the asymmetrical roof, but I don't think that a symmetrical roof would be less private than the asymmetrical roof, because there's no windows necessarily in that roof.
I agree. I also think there's room for the pitch to come up if they want to
Yes.
center it. It would also help provide a more consistent window on that elevation.
Because I feel that the asymmetrical roof is introducing a different style, and you already have a kind of a California simple ranch with symmetrical gables. And so I don't think that the proposed asymmetrical design is helping with the language of that's established by the existing residents. And it also, that applies to that rake window that is more of a mid-century modern window that you would normally see go all the way to the roof. And in this case, you're kind of trying to bring in a couple of modern elements into a house that isn't modern. So to me, it's not helping with the design. Just because nothing else is being done to the house itself. So I feel like the house now kind of has a little bit of a identity crisis. And I also think that the symmetrical roof would help. I think that some kind of landscaping or tree in the front would help mitigate the relentless kind of two-story wall at the front of the garage. I think that window on the upper level being the only window on that face, and then there's nothing else on the lower level, it just feel like the roof is an issue, and that particular window being the only window and not being in keeping with the existing architecture is kind of.
Would you be open to adding another window if they were open to it at the lower level?
The lower level is a garage.
I know.
Correct.
Yeah.
I know. And I think it might be easier to obtain a balance with that two-story element if there was some shrubs or a tree planted in front of it, because otherwise I don't think that that two-story element is.
They have
I don't
some
think there's
large
anything
shrubs
like
now.
it.
Would you go to page A03? It's your third page. And zoom into the elevation. Yeah, maybe that upper middle.
We have existing planting in front of the garage.
Oh, that helps. And see that window, how, is that a window that goes all the way?
Might be a vent, but yeah, or a window.
See, there's a window that in the garage already that you're losing, and then you're introducing a window that it's not in keeping with the same language of the house. I think that just there needs to be a little bit more thought into the window detailing and the massing and roof massing of the second floor. But everything else, I think, looks great. Everything else I'm fine with.
I'm switching back to questions very briefly, if that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
We were on comments. I'm just wondering, though, what you have proposed for the stair railing, is that a metal on there
Yes.
for the railing itself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I do think that that's also an area, I mean, I'm open to the metal, but as a way to help be consistent with the language, I think you could study that stair as well, and maybe it's bringing in wood or something. Okay, any other comments from Board Member Mosley here?
I don't think we have decided on the material of the railing yet,
Okay.
to be more precise.
Okay.
I agree with the comments that were made, and I think like on the inspiration image that you have on A1 sheet, that's a pretty modern house comparing to that house, and that angled window, it's there because it's the focal point of the project, and adding the window that you have on the elevation, what's that elevation?
The west elevation?
The best elevation. It's becoming the focal point of the house, and it's like, it's a really modest house, and now with that window is like all that you see. The first thing that come to the eye is that window, and I think like as board members was mentioning, it needs a little bit more study, and the way that it's like divided, the operable parts, it's like something that it's not belong to the language of the house. I think like the way that it like, if like that, the existing window that was like the transom window of that garage, it's like a fixed window, and now this angled is like the fixed part, but it's connected to an operable rectangular window. So I think like that window with the roof pitch, it's the part that I think it needs a little bit
Yeah.
study.
We seem to be in agreement about that. Any other comments?
Not really any new comments. I think in general, I find the project supportable in terms of bulk size and scale. It's a really modest addition. I think it'll add to improvement of the home, but I would agree to continue working on the details for just making it more cohesive with the existing house that's there, including the window size and the pitch. And again, the height I think is pretty modest, so playing with the height of the pitch, sounds like we're all supportable of that if you needed to go up a little bit more. But that's it.
I'm curious the board's thoughts on this going to consent for project design approval or full board.
I'm okay with that if we're really clear about the direction of the motion.
Agreed. Like it can go to consent if like we have like clear comments.
Yeah, okay. Then I move to continue this project indefinitely to the consent calendar with the following comments. That the board is generally in support of the project and the size, bulk, and scale. The board recommends studying the west elevation, centering the roof pitch, and studying the large window on the west elevation to be consistent with the architectural style of the home. The board recommends studying the railing to match with the architectural language as well.
Is that all?
I'll second the motion.
Pardon the interruption. Before we vote on the motion, something that I wanted to clarify here, because it's being continued to consent, and this is
Yes.
only going to one reviewer. You're using study
Oh, sorry.
And I just wanted to make sure, like, really clarify if this, are you requiring that they actually recenter the roof? And do you want it
Yes.
in the middle pitched, and you want them to change, so that window design is
So the
not
window
acceptable?
needs to be studied into an
Okay.
appropriate design that matches the style.
Okay.
But correct, the language is that the roof pitch needs to be centered
Okay.
with that element, with the garage.
Great.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Staff, do you have recommendations on how to say that this window style is not conforming because it doesn't match the architectural language?
Yes, I can take in your notes here, and if you want to offer a revised motion to clarify that, we can do that now. After somebody seconds the motion, you can offer to readjust the motion that's on the table.
Okay.
Add something. I just saw that on the west elevation, the material tag, it's exterior number 1, which says new aluminum roofing color silver.
Thank you.
Uh,
The board recommends that the materials match the existing residence. Not recommends. Sorry, thank
Do
you.
we, can we have the motion read back
Yeah, let's see what.
with the removal of the word study?
Thank you.
Okay. The board is choosing to continue the project to consent and is generally in support of the size, bulk, and scale. And let's see, study west elevation. Study the west elevation here. I'm gonna have to rewrite this a little bit.
Which is okay, but the pitch needs to be centered, the pitch of the roof to be centered.
Yes, we'll capture that
Okay.
in the motion. And
And the window to match the architectural style of the existing residence.
okay.
And that the materials of the ADU addition to match the existing residence as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a second on the motion? Oh,
I
did
think
you
I
you
seconded
second,
it.
but then revised?
I think
Oh,
I
wait,
seconded
okay.
it, yeah.
Board Member Sherry, seconding.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Gafidi,
Yes.
Board Member Moslahi,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right,
Great, thank you. And this is just to the applicant that this was a conceptual hearing, so we'll just wait for your resubmittal, and yeah, we'll see you back here hopefully for project design approval and final approval, but we'll be in touch. Thank you. Thank you. And Board Member Sherry, before we start the next item, I wanted to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Chair Lewis.
Or Chair Lewis, thank you, apologies. I wanted to ask for a 5-minute recess. I wanted to discuss some items before the next project comes up with my supervisor.
Yes, I also think we're missing the applicant.
I think they're out in the hallway.
Oh, got it, okay. But yes, we can take a 5-minute recess.
And just for Board Member Moslahi's benefit, can you make the announcement
Yes.
again about your recusal, and then you can head
Do I
out and
need
you don't have
read
to wait
this
around?
in before she does that, or should
Why
do
don't
that
we
now?
open up the item,
Okay.
and then you can do that, and then we'll take a 5-minute recess
Okay.
before getting started.
Okay, so our last item is a continued item here for final approval, 1269 Farello Road. Proposal for substantial redevelopment of the existing non-conforming residence involving partial demolition for a new 3,699 square foot, 3-story residence, conforming to the required setbacks with a 442 square foot garage. The project includes permitting the as-built conversion of floor area at the basement level to habitable and additional improvements including removal of the existing driveway and curb cut to be replaced with a new curb cut and access bridge at the new garage location. New photovoltaic array infrastructure, a pool, and hardscape and landscape improvements throughout. The proposed total of 3,375 square feet on a 12,197 square foot lot is 84% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio, including 50% floor area reduction for the partially below grade basement. The property is adjacent to a historic resource in the English vernacular style at 1277 Farello Road. Final approval is requested. So Board Member Mosley.
I would like to recuse myself from this project, 1269 Farello Road, due to conflict of interest.
And could you just explain the rationale for that or
The
potential?
applicant was my ex-employee and employer, and I would like to not be involved in the project moving forward.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, at this moment, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess and be back at 4:50 to begin the presentations. I see that. Okay, yeah, we're not, I just mean ready for CCTV to pick back up. Thank you.
Testing to.
Joni, can you let us know when we are? Okay, great. Thank you. So we are reconvening our October 21st full board meeting. We have read the project description, but before we begin with the applicant, can we have any staff comments?
Yes, we do. So I'm Sebastian. I'm the assistant planner, and I'm currently assigned case planner for this project. I think I'm the third assigned case planner. But staff wanted to provide some key dates for background for the board and for the public here today. The project was granted project design approval on January 17th, 2023, and the approval was appealed to City Council, who upheld the SFDB project design approval on April 11th, 2023. The council resolution found the project to meet the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance, with comments to reduce the height of the building by 1 foot, reduce windows, and where possible raise sill heights, and diffuse or screen glazing on the east or west sides of the proposed home. The project returned for final approval, requiring conformance to the council resolution. Final approval was granted by the board on April 8th, 2024, who found the project to conform to the council resolution and substantially conform with the plans that received project design approval on January 17th of 2023. The project's final approval was appealed to the Planning Commission, however. The commission upheld the appellants and found the project to not substantially conform to plans that received project design approval on January 17th and did not find the plans to conform to the council resolution because the building height was not lowered, decks and balconies were located closer than 15 feet to the neighboring property lines, and the project did not show clear compliance to qualify for FAR reductions. The commission required the project return to SFDB for final approval with the conditions that the plans substantially conform to the City Council resolution and to the plans that received project design approval on January 17th of 2023. This specifically included the lowering of the home's apparent height, reduction of balconies and decks to be no closer than 15 feet to property lines, and clear compliance with FAR reductions. The decision before the board today is if the plans substantially conform to the plans that received project design approval on January 17th of 2023 and meet the City Council resolution and the Planning Commission resolution, which include clear compliance with FAR, lowering the home's apparent height, screening or diffusing east and west glazing, reduction of window sizes or adjustment to sill heights, and reduction of all balconies and decks to be no closer than 15 feet to neighboring property lines. And just to be clear, this is a summary in layman terms of my analysis. So the City Council resolution as well as the Planning Commission resolutions were posted online and are available for viewing. The determination of FAR has been mentioned in public comment, and staff have reviewed the plans and found them to be compliant with the zoning ordinance, meaning it qualifies for FAR reductions as shown on plans. Determining zoning compliance is outside of the board's purview. The FAR is shown correctly at 84% on plans. Thank you.
Okay, before
And Chair Lewis, if I can just say, that was one of the reasons why we, staff could schedule this project for final approval, because we were able to verify that and felt confident in the assessment.
Okay. And on that note, I do want to explain, because I think there were some questions in public comment, that once a project is appealed at the Planning Commission, what they appealed was the final approval, and so then the applicant can come back for that same final approval that failed, which is how we're here today.
That is correct. And if I may, this is a very confusing project because it kind of, it was operating under two municipal ordinances. So originally, SFDB decisions were appealable to the City Council. Hence, Mr. Herrick had mentioned the project design approval was appealed to City Council. The ordinance changed. We amended the ordinance, and now SFDB appeals go to the Planning Commission, and that was the final approval that happened over the summer, and that was the appeal that went to the Planning Commission. So just if there's questions like why we're two different review bodies looking at this, that's the reason, is that our municipal code changed.
Okay, perfect. So I want to thank everyone for your patience and coming to so many meetings here. I ask for the sake of everyone's time that we try and for the benefit of you guys and your limited time here, that you speak to what's in our purview today, which is, as staff mentioned, making sure that the plans that we see substantially conform to the plans that received project design approval, essentially the comments that both SFDB provided on January 17th and that City Council provided on April 11th, and then the final elements that the Planning Commission recently gave. So if those can kind of be the elements, and as staff already said, FAR compliance is outside of our purview. It's just making sure that the plans that we see here today are in conformance with the plans that received project design approval. So with that, please make sure your microphones are on. You'll have 15 minutes. Any time that you don't use, you'll be able to use later as well. So thank you.
Page 2, could I, before we start using our time, could my staff. The applicant's middle, Janet McGinnis for the applicant. I'm an attorney for the project. My letter, which was submitted as part of our presentation, was posted, and I just learned the second page was not posted. So I want the record. I would have liked you to have read my 3-page letter, but I'm going to summarize it quickly, maybe for the expediency here. But I would like that full letter to please be put into the record and make sure the board members have page 2 of the letter.
Yeah.
At a minimum, I want it in the record, please.
Yeah, and yeah, through the chair to the applicant, we can add it to the record. I believe copies were already distributed to the board members prior to the hearing.
With
so
with the complete letter?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
it was added in there. They were able to read it. Thank you.
I mean, not that it's a great novel, but I just want the record.
Just
Thank
for
you.
clarification, I'm looking at a much longer than 3-page letter.
That's not the letter.
That's not it.
It's
Yes.
my,
This is only one page.
may I see?
Sure.
Yeah, this is the missing page too.
Yeah, so the missing page 2 was distributed to the board. Yeah,
Right,
that
and
is
it's-
correct.
Pages 1 and 3 were in the posted
Correct.
materials with public comment.
Yes, yes.
The applicant has my letter as well as Mr. Weber submitted the resubmittal cover letter. Okay, I just wanted to make sure our record is, thank you. Okay, so we can, I'm Janet McGinnis for the project, the attorney for the project. Mr. Weber and Mr. Schoenhart will be presenting the information and going through the exhibits and the illustrations we've done to show you how we've complied. But I want to follow up a little bit on staff's helpful chronology. It's very important to realize this project's PDA grant by the City Council in April was noticed and never appealed. That's a done deal. The PDA was given in April, not appealed. We got notice in August, and we have laboriously since then tried to comply in great detail to the City Council directions. They had conditions on the PDA grant, and it's in the resolution. We tried our best. We came back. We got final approval from this board. The neighbors appealed. And the Planning Commission, my position, our position is that this board's purview today is to grant final approval if we show that we have complied with the resolution entered by the Planning Commission on the denial of final approval for very limited reasons. The lack of substantial conformance was identified and specified as 3 things, only 3 things. 1, the height had to be reduced by a foot. They didn't like that we had done it using the ordinance's warp plane method. They required us to do it with the sea level. We've done it, and they'll show you how. Secondly, to make the decks come out of any encroaching deck into the 15-foot setback. We've done that, and they'll show you how we did that. And to do the FAR calculation clearly and to show with exhibits how that calculation was done. Those 3 items are all that the Planning Commission directed this board and us to do as a result of that appeal. We maintain that's all we have to do, and the project, the overstatement, the opposition, we understand their zeal, and they've done a good job of tweaking this project considerably. But they have to realize enough is enough. It's time for final approval. We've done, again, what we were asked to do. We're not allowed to appeal the Planning Commission conditions on the final approval, so we complied with them. We don't agree that we didn't meet the City Council's requirements. Staff didn't disagree. They recommended the final approval. You had reason to finally approve this. Now we hope that the architects can explain to you how we've met the 3 conditions of the Planning Commission and that we're entitled to final approval today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Janet. Well, you said everything I was going to say, so I'm pretty much just going to have Tony get right into the design and show you how we've responded. We're going to keep our presentation to just those 3 specific items. As Janet mentioned, you provided PDA approval, then you provided final approval, and our project is not changed other than those 3 specific changes that Tony's about to walk through. Yeah, that's reduction of the height by 1 foot, making the decks conform to a 15-foot distance away from the property line, and demonstrating clear compliance with the FAR. The FAR compliance, although the last time you saw the project, we were in conformance and worked closely with staff who verified that we're in conformance to the FAR guidelines. We decided to revise the design of that basement to make it crystal clear that we're conforming to the how we're conforming to the FAR guidelines, and Tony's going to walk through that. So it's a overall reduction in the basement size and more clarity on compliance. So we'll get right into it, and looking forward to any questions that you have.
And, we would hope that the point in the context of this neighborhood opposition, in fact, by complying with the Planning Commission's direction in these 3 areas, we did not make substantial changes to the project given PDA. That would be a catch-22. You'd never get out of the planning process if that was the case. We have done what we were told to do, and that, as a matter of law, is not a substantial change to the PDA-granted project. And, in fact, you'll see, these are really de minimis tweaks. Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to just...
Thanks, Janet. Thanks, Dan. So we'll start with the height reduction as the first point that we'll address. So, as demonstrated on sheet A201, if the submitted plans, I'll zoom in so you can see these numbers.
What plans?
The request, so this is on an elevation, sheet A201. The request by the Planning Commission was to reduce the C height above elevation level to 265, 8 1/2 inches. As demonstrated in our plans, the maximum height of the building is 265 feet, 5 inches above sea level. So that is 3 inches, 3 1/2 inches below the requested maximum height. That is evident on sheets A201 and A202 here.
Can you show exactly where those are shown?
Sure.
Make sure it's clear where you are showing that
Yep.
compliance.
Previously, this, I'm not sure if you can see my pointer. This portion of the building indicated here was at a higher elevation and has been reduced from both PDA, the PDA by over 1 foot. The next item, the balconies, we'll go to a floor plan to clearly demonstrate that. So we'll start here. There were two areas in
What sheet?
question.
Would you identify the sheets you're working?
This is sheet A102. The first area in question is page north, where previously there was a deck extending out towards the setback. If we take into account the 15-foot setback, all decks have been removed and replaced with planters, which are non-occupiable. To make that clear, if you can see where my pointer is here, extending well beyond that 15-foot setback is the limit of the proposed deck. And if I go to page south, similar condition,
Page what?
same page, A102,
But going to south? Okay.
page south, adjacent to den, room 206, previously where there was an operable pivot door with access to a deck that is now fixed glazing, and a planter now occupies that area up to and beyond the 15-foot setback. A glass railing has also been put in place to restrict access. This one does have the potential for a fall concern, which is why that railing has been added on this location. And then the third item, try to get to that exhibit, is with regards to the calculation of the FAR. Might have gone too far. Here we go. So this is Exhibit 1. It's after page A905, if that's helpful. So maybe just to give you some introduction, the red line here, the dashed line, is indicative of an area which, from grade to the bottom of the ceiling, is 4 feet or less. So that is considered to be subterranean. That linear footage is indicated in this chart to the right, which adds up to 112 feet, 4 3/4 inches. That is a 41.5% of the total linear perimeter of that lower level. According to that, we have been granted the 50% reduction, which has been confirmed by zoning staff.
And Tony, could you just walk through where that basement was reduced from the previous
Yes.
design?
I'm going to jump to another plan real quick.
Notice you've got tabs of the previous plans that you can reference.
Great.
There's another exhibit, though. Is it Exhibit 2?
That is for the elevations, which identifies clearly where the 4-foot indication is. So from the PDA approved plans, if you can see my cursor, and I apologize, I can't draw on this, but I can draw, that's even better. The previous approved plans took into account additional area, as Janet mentioned, to make this clearer, as well as to take advantage of some structural efficiencies that was driven by a desire and a recommendation by our structural engineer to save costs for our client. There was a diminutive reduction in square footage from the PDA approved. That was from 1588 square feet taken at this lowest level, and is now 14, let me get that number for you. It's all indicated here on the next page. I believe it's 1456, but I don't want to misspeak. Yeah, 1456. So very small reduction, which has resulted in a smaller adjusted area, giving us that 84% threshold. And that is in comparison to the PDA lower level plan, which I think, there we go. Try to get to that.
This is the January plan?
Correct.
For the applicant, you have about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes remaining.
Great. As indicated in this plan here. So again, I can try to highlight that area, which is right here. And that is all completely subterranean. It has no impact to the overall mass, bulk, and scale of the building, and is not visible. The uses have not changed from the PDA approval. And Dan, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's about it. Since the last time you saw the project, the building's a foot shorter and the decks have come in. And the materials are unchanged, the rest of the design is unchanged. We tried to keep the changes to exactly what we were asked to do or instructed to do by the city council.
All right, thank you. You have a little less than 2 minutes remaining if you'd like that time back later.
That's
fine.
Reserve it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No,
We'll move
don't have
to
anything
public
else.
comment. And with that, I will make a comment that even though we are not the same board that's been here, we've watched hours of video to catch up. And I know you've sat through it all, so thank you for your patience there. But know that we have, we're familiar with the history of everything, so I want you guys to be able to use your time wisely to speak to anything that will help us in determining if this matches and is substantially conforming to the plans that received project design approval. Project design approval is outside of our purview here today. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I'll start with in-person public comment, and we would like to invite up to the podium Mr. Derek Booth, who will be speaking on behalf of 6 others. He's going to pool his time.
And real quick, have those 6 others been identified to staff?
Yes, they
Okay,
have
great.
all filled out a slip.
Great, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
They've been identified to staff. Are they identified for the record who this gentleman's
Yes,
representing?
if staff
I
can read
know?
them into the record, that would be great.
I would
Okay.
like to know.
Mr. David Booth will be speaking for Bill Dillion, David Cox, Tanya Argo, Jim Necht, and Rebecca Necht.
And myself.
So,
believe so.
Chair Lewis, can you just clarify how much time you wanted to grant?
Yes, they're allowed 2 minutes per person, up to a max of 15 minutes. We did not want to allow grouping to exceed the applicant time.
Okay, I do not expect to take all 12 minutes. But I did ask for the addition, yes, go ahead and start me. Because the presentation that I did have prepared, in which I, up until 5 minutes before the hearing started, was told that we would be able to project, is not going to be projected, which is why you now all have these pieces of paper. This is a surprise for us as well as for you, but that was the decision at the staff level. So I will ask you to flip your pages as I walk through them, and I'll try and keep us
Sorry, quick
all.
question
Would you
to
mind
staff.
speaking into the microphone a little bit more, please?
Oh, sure, no
Do I
problem.
need to flip through this for CCTV, or how would you like to
Oh,
handle that?
that'll be interesting. Yes, how will that work? Could you stop my time while you're figuring that out?
You can. It will be part of the public record. We will
Okay.
capture this, so if it's,
Do we have people in Zoom?
Yes, we do.
Okay, then I don't mind this
Okay.
being part of.
we could ask City TV to zoom in. It's going to be behind your laptop right here.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
So,
My chocolate. Okay.
thank you, City TV.
And for the record, this would have been simpler if we had just projected the presentation.
Set up like the other one, right there. Okay.
Okay, let's start again. My name is Derek Booth. I live at 25 Rubio Road, right around the corner from the project. And on this and previous hearings, I've been asked on behalf of my neighbors to speak on our collective behalf. You're certainly aware that the Planning Commission upheld the appeal of your predecessor's final design approval. And their resolution explaining their decision identified three things, as the applicant noted: building height, deck setback, and clarification of the FAR. They didn't restrict that to, and that's all that we mean by substantial conformance. They were very clear. These plans need to substantially conform to the January 2023 plans that received PDA. And that is the issue that I'd like to focus on today. We are fairly confident that correcting the deficiencies in the 2023 plans, and in particular the issue of the FAR, requires such extensive changes, not de minimis changes, to both the structure and the living areas of the project that substantial conformance is simply not possible. It's true, that may be a catch-22, but that's not our problem. It can't be done. Turn the page. There was a nice video clip here that we had included in the presentation that you will not get a chance to see. This is one of the planning commissioners who concluded his commentaries by saying, and I don't think the floor area ratio has the ring of truth to me, and so I'm going to be supportive of the appeal, as he was. On to the next page. So I think it's worth remembering, although I'm not going to go through it, why the claimed FAR calculation don't have the ring of truth. This is an exhibit that I'm sure you have seen. It was in color there. It had red lines. It had blue lines. And I'm not going to revisit it. I'm just going to remind you what the issue was. Next page. Alas, with black and white pages, my yellow borders and blue borders are not going to show up. So we're just going to have to keep track of when I'm talking about the 2023 plans and when I'm talking about the 2024 plans, which, remember, are supposed to be substantially the same. All right, first, here's the level 1 demo plans from 2023, and the red lines, which are not red on your piece of paper, indicate surfaces to be demolished. Next page. And so I've outlined in what was in green on the screen, but is now just a heavy black line. Those are all the walls that were slated to remain as of the January 2023 plans. Next line, and of course also if this had been on the screen, all of these would have been lined up perfectly so you could see that I'm not moving things around. Okay, so now we're superimposing them on, that last one was the demo plan. This is now the first floor plan for 2023. And this is what was proposed and received preliminary design approval. And you'll see there are a bunch of those retained lines, those retained structural walls in the plans. Next line. Now we're superimposing this on the October 2024 plans, the ones that are before you now. And some of those lines have gotten thinner because those are no longer in these plans. There are a few of them that are still heavy black lines. Those are lines that are supposed to be retained. And you'll also notice a whole bunch of new gray lines. And not all of those are partition walls. Some of those are structural walls. And those are changed. Those are new. And it's actually more than just that little area that Dan had outlined for you. Next page. And now we have something that we discovered in the building permit files for this project that came out of a public records request. And that's a letter from the structural engineers who said, no, you can't even keep those existing walls. You need to take them all out. We recommend that they be removed and replaced. And I should mention from the date, this letter was in hand over 7 months ago. I don't know that you have heard about it. Let's go to the next page. And actually, you'll see that not only was there this letter from March, there was actually well, let me go back first to January 23 findings that described the project as a partial demolition and a permitting the as-built conversion of floor area. And if you remember what was read about 20 minutes ago, you will remember that that remains the description of this project. Partial demolition, conversion of as-built or permitting of the as-built conversion of a living space. It's not that. It's clearly not that. It's the 100% demolition and the 100% new structure construction. And the applicant knew it long before the April 8th hearing for final approval. They knew that even before today. Next page. Here's something else. Yes? Here's something else that came out of the public records request from the building department. This is a demolition permit. This was signed off or signed for in January of 2024. Okay? Over 2 months before the April 8th presentation, this was already in process for the full demolition, not the partial demolition, of an existing single-family residence in preparation for a single-family residence built on the parcel. So 2 months before the April 8th presentation to the board for final approval, the project had already changed. It had gone from a partial demolition and permitting an as-built to a complete removal of the structure, starting basically with an empty hole in the ground. And I don't know that the board was ever made aware of this, was ever given the opportunity to judge whether the change from substantial or partial demolition to full demolition constituted a substantial change from what received PDA. We certainly saw none of that in the record. Seems like a lot to me. Anyway, now let's move on to the changes in living area from the 2023 to 2024. All right, on to the next. So here's the level 1 floor plan. We've seen it before. And I outlined in kind of heavy, it was red at the time, the limits of the living space. That is actually the limits of the living space. There is space back there, but as the Planning Commission suspected, a lot of it is just dirt. And that was why it didn't have the ring of truth to it. Okay, let's move on to the October 2021 floor plan. Again, I haven't moved any of these lines. It was very nice on the screen. And you'll see a new outline in addition to the old outline. And the new outline is the new living area in 2024. And to my eye, it about doubles it. There's about 700 square feet of brand new living area, complete with labels and closets and toilets and the like. You may recall, if you watched the Planning Commission video, that the chair speculated that even an addition of about 50 square feet of additional area would probably violate substantial conformance. This is more than 10 times that. Next page. Oh, there's just a little overlay that says all new living area. It's all new. You can't find that anywhere on the 2023 plans. Next page. Let's look at some building sections. Top, January 2023, you can see some walls that are present, some walls that aren't present. Compare that to 2024. The walls that were there are now gone. The walls that weren't there are now present. Next page. And so this now merely highlights all of the new living space, a near doubling of the living space in 2024. Next page. And also what we now know is basically an entirely new structure. This is not a tweak. This is like, it's all new. Next page. So to achieve this greater than 50% subgrade floor area so they can get that critical 50% reduction in first floor FAR, the structure has to be completely replaced and dramatically expanded. The current plans may indeed justify the calculation, as I'm sure the planning staff checked, and I believe they got it. But they can only do that by substantial nonconformance with the January 2023 plans. And in fact, their own structural engineer says that you can't use them, that really retention of any of the existing structure threatens the integrity of the proposed building, and by their own permit application. We already know they have no intention of building to those plans either. So, in summary, the project has engendered strong, widespread neighborhood opposition for more than 2 years, with a range of issues that are basically they come down to neighborhood compatibility, bulk, and scale. And we know you don't have to deal with that today. You just have to ask the question or answer the question. We'll ask it. They have to correct the deficiencies in the FAR calculations, and they have to maintain substantial conformity with the original, that would be the deficient original plans. And as actually has already been acknowledged, it can't be done. And we know that. And so it shouldn't be done. This would be a great project in the Upper Riviera, right? Nice big house, sitting on an acre lot. It would be great. It sits between two historic houses that are less than half its size. We've seen various tweaks, manipulations, to try and correct or obscure what's really painfully obvious. It's just too big. But now you're not asked to decide that. You're just being asked to decide if they are the same as the 2023 plans, substantially conforming. And we agree with the letter of Ms. McGinnis, the page that was included in the record that we've been able to see. We are entitled to a final approval or a final action. We totally agree with that. You've got a new project proposal in front of you. It should get a new preliminary design review and approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I apologize, guys. I used more of
Thank
my
you.
time than I thought I would.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Jim Brinkman. If you could please approach the podium, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Okay. And after Mr. Brickman, we'll have Stephanie Moray. So if you could be ready, please, Stephanie, to approach the podium.
Chair Lewis, members of the SFDB board, my name is Jim Brinkman. I reside at 1261 Farello Road, separated from 1269 Farello Road by a single residence, which happens to be one of the many D'Alfonso structures surrounding the applicant's property. And I know we're not supposed to talk about that, but I think history is pretty important. The project's westerly neighbor is a modest Moody sister cottage, measuring it at a humble 1,429 square feet. And the easterly neighbor is a D'Alfonso home representing the French vernacular, coming in at an unpretentious 1,623 square feet. Across the street are two more D'Alfonso homes, one 1,250 square feet, the other 1,401 square feet. But we'll get right to it. This project came in front of the Planning Commission on July 11, 2024. Obviously, we all know that now, in response to an appeal filed by the neighbors after the previous SFDB session. The commissioners agreed that the data presented by Anacapa Architecture, appeared to be somewhat confusing and misleading. And obviously, you've watched the video, so I don't have to fill that in. I even have a little parenthesis saying, please refer to available videos at your leisure. As a result of that meeting, the Planning Commission arrived at a unanimous 7-0 decision to support the appeal based on the information presented. And now I know there are confinements to the appeal. I didn't know that before I came in here. Well, Derek Booth has done a phenomenal job presenting his data, supporting the lack of substantial conformity needed to meet the standards required by the SFDB to move forward with the approval process. And my ask is that you give consideration to all this information presented by the concerned neighbors and support the decisions of the counterparts at the Planning Commission, and take a close look at this and make your decision. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Moray, would you please approach the podium? And Mr. Mozzola, if you could please be ready to be next.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Moray. I live at 25 Rubio Road, around the corner from the project. I sent you a letter that has some quotes and diagrams in it from original paperwork. So I wanted to point out that two licensed professional civil engineers with structural expertise, when they saw the demolition permit application for the 2023 plans, recommended removing the existing walls, slab, and foundations because the new loads are anticipated to exceed the existing. And it would require significant retrofit and resupport. So they recommended a new structure. So I submitted to you the fault activity in Santa Barbara County from the USGS stated 2010, and I'm a licensed engineering geologist, which is why it's really important to me, given the faulting and earthquake hazards in the region, that we really need to follow the safety advice of 2 licensed professional engineers with expertise in structural engineering. And you probably just noted in Dr. Booth's presentation, but there's still original walls, slab, and foundations in the 24 submission, even though they're different original walls, slab, and foundation. So this puts the architects in a difficult position. If they eliminate them, they're not really doing a remodel, it's a new build. I think we can say that's clearly not substantially conforming to the January 23 plans that received preliminary design approval. And if they do a significant retrofit and resupport, which maybe that's why the walls are different now, that's still in contradiction of the 2023 plans, so no longer substantially conforming. I didn't see the demolition plan for the 24 document, but if nothing of the original structure remains as the structural engineers propose, then of course that's going to contradict the 23 plans. It's no longer a remodel, it's a new structure. I noticed that the gentleman right in front of me said, our project has not changed except for those 3 things, referring to height, deck, and FAR clarification, but you saw from the structural plans that it did change very substantially. And this is really important from a safety perspective, particularly the 2 neighbors that are adjacent to that are probably hoping that that building doesn't fall down.
Your time is up. Can we make sure that the clock is updated for?
He has the clock there.
Thank you. I was, okay, I'll look this
Oh,
way.
yeah, sorry, Chair Lewis.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah.
Could
I used
you,
it
staff,
extraneously.
give an eye on the time?
Mr. Mazzola, please approach the stand. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Ms. Wills,
Can you hear
please
me?
be ready to speak.
Okay. My name is Michael Marzola. I live next door to 1269 on the downhill side, same side of the street. This project is not substantially in conformance. There's been so much. We've been doing this for almost 3 years. The shenanigans, the chicanery seems to be part of how this thing happens. One of the things I was looking through is the Single-Family Design Board goals to protect the historic and architectural qualities of Santa Barbara and to promote neighborhood compatibility. First of all, we were told after we met with the applicant that, well, we're going to cut the roof down and make it fit nicely in the neighborhood. That has not happened. We were then told that by the architect that this is what the applicant wants, and he's going to have it. And he doesn't like you anyhow. And we're thinking, why would you want to live in our neighborhood? You know, it's like, yeah, okay. The other thing I wanted to say is this whole process has been less than ideal. I got this thing on Saturday afternoon, noticing the meeting. I mean, how can somebody prepare for a meeting without, we're supposed to have 72 hours, right, of time to review what's going to happen. I mean, that's really the minimum amount of time, I think. And I just want to say this process doesn't build a great deal of, confidence in the process, in the way the city functions. It leaves us with a very bitter taste in our mouth. How somebody can come and plop down on a huge home in the middle of a small neighborhood that was designed to allow people to have views of the city, unobstructed views of the city, reasonably sized plots. I just don't get it. Thank you.
Ms. Wills, please approach the podium. You will have 2 minutes to speak. And Mr. Boss, if you'll be ready, please.
Would you like me to have that up here so we could have it on CCTV? If we lay it up here, the camera can pick it up. Right.
Live. Whoa. Is this on?
City TV, if you'll please zoom in on the object.
Let's see. Okay. All right, I'll keep timing the old-fashioned way.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Single-Family Design Board members. My name is Rose Wills. I live next door to this proposed project. There was an appeal hearing before the Planning Commission on June 6th regarding this project. The appeal was upheld in a vote to 7-0, and final approval of the proposed project at 1269 was denied. The city attorney announced at that meeting, this action of the Planning Commission is final and cannot be appealed. In a letter dated July 18th, 2024, from the Planning Commission to Mr. Jared Comerford, owner of 1269 Farella Road, it was stated that, quote, the decision of the Single Family Design Board to grant final approval of the proposed project at 1269 Farella Road be rescinded, and that, quote, in accordance with Section 1094.6 of the Code of Civil Procedure, any action seeking judicial review of this decision must be filed within 90 days of the date of the letter. The date was July 18th. If the applicant wishes to submit a new plan, that should be done with a new application, and there is a waiting period of 1 year to resubmit according to the Good Neighbor Guidelines. See page 47 of the guidelines, quote, the same design application cannot be refiled with the Single Family Design Board for 1 year. So why is this item listed as a continued item, final approval? The letter from the Planning Commission gave Mr. Comerford one option, litigation within 90 days, and those 90 days have expired. And I would like to submit a copy of that letter with an affidavit that it was mailed to Mr. Comerford.
Next up is Stephen McMillan. Please approach the podium. You will have 2 minutes to speak. And lastly, we'll have Ms. Benavides.
Good afternoon, board members. I want to talk about the decks, 15-foot setback. Anacapa Architects told us that they've taken care of it. One of the requests for the Planning Commission was the deck to be 15 foot from the property line when looking at the second level on the west side. Between grid lines A and D, it seems the deck extends all the way to grid X1. Hold your comment. The deck's handrail is at grid X1, not at the 15-foot setback. Further on in the plan set, we see the architect details show concrete patio pavers crossing both the 15-foot and the 10-foot setbacks. And my question, is this satisfying the intent of the commission? Because there's a 10-foot dirt silo at the same elevation, is that a planter? Why is a handrail on the outside of the planter and not the deck? Maybe a railing at the 15-foot setback would help define where one stops and where the other one starts. Or drop the planter down. Why do we have a 10-foot dirt retention pit anyways? Is there a false grade being used? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we'll have Mr. Boss, and then finally, Ms. Benavides.
Hi, board members. My name's Charlie Boss. I live at 1277 Farella Road in the Moody House next door.
Mr. Boss, pull the mic to your face, your mouth. Thank
But
you.
it was close
Thank you.
enough. Is that better?
Yes.
In the Single-Family Design Board Guidelines, it says, and I think I'm quoting, plan your project as though you were going to be the neighbor. So, in the current plans, I noticed that there's a structure that supposedly contains mechanical units. I presume it's air conditioning. It's added on outside the perimeter, the main perimeter of the building, on the garage. And it says 51 decibels. I think the last plans said 35 decibels. Well, decibels are a measurement of noise, we all know that, or sound. But what is 51 decibels? We don't really know. And is it continuous, that 51 decibels, or is that the high, or is that the low? The architect placed this where he did, outside of Mr. Comerford's living area. He made sure that it would be far away from Mr. Comerford, but not far away from us, the neighbors. It points right at our bedroom. This was pointed out in the previous board meeting, and it's still there on the plans. I think this is symptomatic of the planning process that's been going on since the get-go. The client wants a huge house on a small lot in a modest neighborhood, and he seems unconcerned about the effect that this will have on the neighbors, the neighborhood, and I don't think it should be this way. And
Thank you.
I think I'm done.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Benavides, please.
I have a couple of photos shown, please, as well as if we can put this.
Benavides.
City TV, we would ask that you zoom in on photos, please.
I'm sorry? I sure will, sure. As soon as my time, I'll wait till my time starts. I don't know if you can see that well, the black and white. So I'm Consuelo Benavides. I'm married to Mr. Boss that just left. I am living, we are at the west side of the property. So if you look at the photos above you, the deck is our property line, right, with the fence, and that's Mr. Comerford's third story up that is 30 feet up, above our back area. I don't know how much time I have. So I also have the black and white up above that when our house was built. We're in the Moody house, and it was the only one of the few houses that were up in the Riviera. So in less than 100 years, maybe 80 years, 82 years, we are crawling with houses and, just growth and that. Thank you, I appreciate that. So, it's very difficult, as you can hear for all of us in our neighborhood, to continue to have growth, to now go to 3-story houses, especially when you have homes that are a modest 1,000 square feet, 1,400 square feet, 1,600 square feet. So there's 2 to 3 times larger that they're building out than our homes. A letter there is from Nicole Hernandez, who is the architectural historian in the area, and she has down there listed all of the historic houses in our area. And actually, the Delfonso houses aren't even mentioned in that. So there are a number of historical houses in our area, just to point that out. One thing, I better hurry fast. One thing is, Mr. Weber stated that they've gone down a foot. Well, the third story, as you see there, still has a 10-foot ceiling looking down in our backyard. And I want to know why. He has to have a 10-foot ceiling looking in our backyard. He couldn't even go down 1 foot with that. The decks are 15 feet back. We appreciate that, but you could see it's still in our backyard. The air conditioning / electrical box that is literally adjacent to our bedroom along the fence there, why couldn't that be moved, moved into the garage, the wine room, or the workout room?
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Chair. Ms. Kokenda, can we get copies of what's being shown to the board for the record?
So we'll have copies for the public record.
Great.
Well, and the applicant would request copies as well.
Right, it'll be part
We
of
were
the.
not given any of this.
It will be part of the public record, and then everyone will have availability to that. So we'll need to get a copy of that image.
Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with public comment. I am going to turn my attention now to virtual comment. At this time, I do not see any hands raised for virtual comment. So we will move on to what we received as far as written correspondence for this project. We did receive letters from Mr. Marzola, Derek Booth, Elizabeth Ricard, Stephen McMillan, William Dillon, Margaret Gleason, Derek Booth, Janet McGinnis, Charlie Boss, James Brinkman, Rose Wills, Stephanie Moret, Derek Booth, and Consuela Benavides. And at that, I will turn this back over to you, Chair Lewis.
All right, thank you. We will start with questions from the board. Can you bring up your slide, your screen? Might require a login. Thank you.
Help.
Nobody look at my fingers.
Okay, can you pull up the drawings that received project design approval? And actually, the page you just had the minutes from the PDA approval. Can we go down and see the motion? Thank you, right there. Keep going to the actual, okay, right here. Oh, got it. That was just comments from recusing, public comment. Okay, right here. So I'm going to read them just so our board can see. So reducing the second floor plate height currently at 11.8 by 1 foot to 10 foot 8 inches. Can you show us where that's done in your elevations?
So that is second floor.
Can we go back to the motion? We can just read the language again. So reduce the second floor plate height currently at 11.8 by 1 foot. So first let's look at the old plans and we'll look at those elevations. And let's find what was at 11. Okay, so right there was 11.8, and can you show us now on your new plans, that first tab? Those appear to still be at 11.8.
I'm happy to give
That's not the
context
plate
to that.
height. That's the floor-to-floor height.
Okay, do you have it dimensioned somewhere? Okay, 9'3", thank you. We'll go to the next item. 9-foot plate height is acceptable. The board appreciates the applicant's efforts during the course of the project to remove existing square footage outside the existing setbacks and to reduce the height of the proposed project so that it'll be better perceived as a one-story. The applicant has adjusted the third floor massing in response to what the board believes expressed concerns from the easterly neighbor. The board finds the proposed project complies with the Hillside Design Guidelines. The board understands that the applicant is working with the existing structure and is constrained by that circumstance. The board understands that the majority of proposed glazing is south-facing, therefore any large expanses of glazing that faces the neighbors shall be diffused in nature with some kind of ground glass or diffused glass or with some kind of privacy screening. Can you show us the privacy screening at your glass?
So there's screening here, here, and here, which are all those areas in question, looking at the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. The applicant's encouraged to continue efforts for open and productive dialogue with adjacent neighbors. The board requests to reduce windows and raise window sill heights if possible to satisfy adjacent neighbor privacy concerns. Were any reduced or raised?
I don't believe that the sill heights were in question at these two layers, or these two windows here, once screening was applied.
We've completely screened the windows.
Yeah,
So
that's fine. We're just wanting to see what's changed
sill
with
height
it.
is
It was a suggestion, it was not a requirement on here.
They're totally screened.
Yeah.
They're totally screened.
Correct.
I understand. The board supports the proposed colors and materials. Okay, do we have in here the city council comments? No? Okay.
Can you go to the top of that document?
Yeah, I just want to.
That's the planning commission one.
Yeah, let me see if, I thought I
So
uploaded
while
it.
staff is waiting on that, let's go.
It's like tab number 2, maybe?
Oh, tab 2, city council, thank you.
There we go.
Okay, for their comments. Oh, go up a little bit. Was it right up there? Yeah, I noted that down. The owner shall reduce the second floor plate height. So you guys have already shown us that you've done that. Reduce windows and raise window sill heights if possible to satisfy. And so instead of reducing, you're providing a screening. And then, okay. And now the planning commission. That was the last tab, I think. Okay. Lowering the height of the building, which you have shown the building's maximum elevation, you have shown complies. Applicant attempt to show compliance with height. Okay. So now looking at the plans, I'd like if you can show us the floor plan that was approved in project design approval for the ground floor and your proposed one today for final approval.
Sorry, it's so slow. So represented here is the ground floor plan for PDA approval, and as noted in blue squiggle is the area that we'll be looking at relative to our plan today, which is the small amount of area that was reduced at that lower level. Also as indicated in the blue.
Okay, and then can you go to, hold on one second.
Could you indicate for the record what plans you just showed me?
We're looking at Plan A101,
The
current plan.
Can you go to your proposed south elevation, page A202, and show us also on what received project design approval? Correct, right there.
Mhm.
And then now for PDA. So can you walk us through the change that happened in the screening? It appears in the PDA that the screening went up and covered over the glass railing, and now it's lower than the railing, and now we see the full amount of railing.
This, I'm highlighting in blue, it's probably hard to see. This is the area in question.
Yes, so now we see both the essentially fascia and the full glass railing.
I don't believe the glass railing was in question at any point in time. to my
No,
knowledge.
I'd like you to walk through the change. So what we have to determine today is that your drawings substantially conform to what received PDA. So what you just showed me that received PDA had a natural material on the ground cover that helped reduce the visible height of how much glazing you see. And now it looks like that's been removed by 3 or 4 feet. And so I'd like to understand that.
Understood. Let me get that level.
It also appears there that those were closer together. Or is the depth between those different?
Yeah,
Which is
go
okay,
back to
but
the
just.
current elevation, Tony. The proposed, yeah. So if you see the,
Can you identify the sheets you're talking
yeah,
to?
we're on
A202.
A202 of the proposed plans. So Tony, point to the den window.
Down here.
No, above that.
Sorry. This is
that
the den
one.
window.
Yeah, that. So the deck in the PDA plans extended in front of that window. Yeah, and that was a door that opened out onto the deck. So the conditions mandated that we trim that deck back. So we did. So we trimmed that railing. You see that glass railing back to the point where it doesn't extend in front of that den. But we still have that screening on the lower level. So we are trying to resolve the architecture in a way that's still going to be elegant and look good and make sense. And what we decided to do was to not have that wood screening continue up above floor line so that we could make that move look good and look well resolved.
Okay. Can you show us, so I'm looking here for the board to see the bottom elevation. Can you also show us that lower elevation on your PDA approved plans? So sorry, I was referring to the east elevation. Okay. Okay.
So on the previously approved plans, that deck that railing with the wood screen wrapped all the way around that deck past the den. And we were instructed to trim it short, which is what we did.
Okay. And then for the balcony, you've brought the railing in on that, what were we just at, east? Is there a railing that runs across from the other plantings? At the, where's my page, west? Oh, sorry, if you go back down a drawing, we could see them.
Yeah, you're looking here
Yeah.
at page A102. So there is a railing here where I'm highlighting. That is required.
No,
due
correct.
to
I'm
fall
asking about the
concerns.
other one.
This location does not have a railing. There's no need for it in terms of fall protection. And the client desired that visual continuity of kind of deck to garden.
So can you explain the planting in the garden?
Yep, there would be a mature tree in this corner here. We're proposing, actually I'll go to the planting plan, that might be easier. Some large blue agave and then ground cover for the remaining. Sorry. There was here. So here you can see mature planting, some large blue agaves, and then this would be a mature tree at that location.
Can you show us in a picture what the symbols that aren't labeled, that are kind of that green, what does that look like?
So there's the fescue, the blue flame agave, and the manzanita, which is the mature tree that I just mentioned.
I'm wondering more the ground covering.
I'm not a landscape designer, so I'll do my best to navigate here. This is the fescue, so it's a grass. So the majority would be a grass. The blue agaves are these large plants here, kind of spiky looking. And then a manzanita is that, this tree right here. So a larger specimen tree.
Okay. And is the ground of that area flush with your material in your deck?
The intent, I believe, is that there would be some kind of rollingness to it to embrace it and make the grass feel more natural.
Okay.
Can I segue a question onto that?
please, ask me.
Can you go back to the planting plan, just scroll up a little bit so I can see the planting plan in that area? Zoom in. So those are all grasses there.
These are
And
all
then
little
This is my
grasses.
segue question is what's the cross-section through that planting area relative to the adjacent grade at the 10-foot setback line? And is there a railing there?
So you see the north of the so just on the page north side of the 10-foot setback, you see those lines that look like steppers. Yeah. So on the right side of those steppers, adjacent grade within the setback is up at floor level of the middle level, and then those steps dive and wrap around the corner of that planter, and fall one full level down to the So that's like a sight path, a sight stair that wraps around that planter. So that
Right,
if
I
you're-
understand that part, but
So it starts at, maybe you could just show the elevation, Tony.
yeah,
and then
I
we'll show
just
that
let's
wall.
look at the
Yeah.
elevation.
Yeah, show the west elevation.
These are the steps Dan was just mentioning.
So,
So
when you're
is there a
standing, is there a low
wall?
wall? Yeah.
There's a wall at the planter that, so basically you can walk out into that area because you're constructing a wall at the outside edge. And is that true?
Well, no, that's not the intent. That was the intent before we modified the design to conform with the city council's conditions. Now, you can't walk out there because we've replaced that usable outdoor patio space with plantings that are not usable.
But you said there's not a railing from the patio to that planting area, so, and it's
That's
at
right.
grade, it's at the same grade.
Yeah.
So you can walk out onto that. And so my other question is, why is the wall so high if it's just a planting area? Why is the wall so high? Because it seems like that massing of that wall is exacerbating the massing on the west elevation.
Yeah, the massing was reviewed by the SFDB back at our PDA approval, and that approval is vested. So we didn't want to open up that design for a massing study.
I understand.
There's we're doing our best to conform with the instructions or the conditions, I should say, that the city council gave us, and try to keep it as straightforward as we possibly can.
Okay, thanks. That's my question. Thanks. I have a couple more, but go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you continue, actually?
I had, well, let's see, maybe that did answer all of them. My question was about the reduction of the kind of ability to walk out into that area that is within that 15 feet. So you answered that question. And then I had one question about even though it's not our purview, the floor area of the basement level, and you had kind of hatched the blue area, but one of the speakers said that there appeared to be like a doubling of size of the basement, but you were talking about something completely different. And so can you go back to the previous basement plan, floor plan?
With your permission, I'll start here,
That's
which
fine.
is the calculation of the FAR. So this is the square footage that was used in the FAR calculation.
I'm really only concerned about the basement square footage, so if you could just speak to that, that would
So
be
that is
great.
the basement square footage
Oh, okay.
that we're referencing, 1588, which is, I'll go to that floor plan, which is indicative of this boundary here, which you can see. I've highlighted the blue area, which has been a reduction from the PDA approved plan as noted. We consider that to be a very diminutive and small reduction relative to that plan. It's also all subgrade, which would have no impact to the mass bulk or scale of this project.
No, I understand. I just couldn't wrap my head around this doubling of the basement in order to get the bypass.
I think that
of-
might have been a misinformed information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those
Part
are
of
my questions.
interruption, to the chair and board, this is the time for the board to ask questions and for the applicant to respond, so I'd just like to ask everybody in the audience to be quiet, please.
Do you have a section that you can show us here that goes through that subgrade, the area that you don't have furnished but is on here? Can we look at that section on this PDA plan set? Yeah, right here and up one. So what we're looking at here is that SFDB saw it as a dirt crawl space, and it's now, so even though it was part of your calculations, it's now usable square footage, which it looks like what SFDB saw previously was a way to try and figure out how you'd fit into this hill, but now you've occupied it.
Yeah, our previous design included what the house has right now, which is a unconditioned basement under the entirety of the main living area. And it's used for things like the hot water heater, HVAC units, ducting, storage, like your old beach chairs are stored under there. So that area that's white that is on the page right side of that basement plan, that's unconditioned basement space. And in our previous design that you approved and that that planning staff conformed to the FAR calculation methods, retained that area as unconditioned basement space for things like the FAU and the water heater. The city council asked us to make that more clear. So we revised the design of our basement so that the entirety of the basement area, there's no unconditioned portion and conditioned portion. It's all one area. It's crystal clear. We showed our exhibits and our calculations of exactly how 50% of the perimeter, or how our red dashed line is conforming to the calculation methods. And we think that we've conformed to the city council's condition in about as thorough and crystal clear way as we possibly could. And planning staff has confirmed that our calculation methods are accurate and in conformance with the ordinance.
So you're under 85%, and basically what you did to make it crystal clear is you took a portion of a basement that was unconditioned and then made it into conditioned basement to satisfy the requirement. That's kind of what I'm hearing, right?
Yes, but if you go back to the section, they took a place that was previously unoccupiable.
And then carved out more of, okay, I understand. Those are my questions.
Board Member Graffitti, any questions?
No.
Okay. Can you walk us through what the material is of your balcony now?
Are you referring to in plan
In
or
plan,
in
I
elevation?
think. Can I what? Oh, okay.
And which balcony specifically would you like to see?
Both, please, but
Yep. If you're
So we
referring to
start there. Mhm.
A102, this area here is
Mhm.
still intended to be wood decking.
wood decking. And then is that, oh, no, you see the plantings here. I didn't see on
And
your
then
planting
we have
plan that area
planting-
down at the bottom, but the
Planting
idea is that
here,
that'd
it's
be
the
planting
fescue,
same. Okay.
correct. And then as noted, this other planting area, as indicated here, fescue, blue agave, and the manzanita.
Okay. All right, any other question? Oh, I guess one last question is when you were looking at lowering the roof, I just want to understand, it's just that back portion, correct? They both didn't go down together, so now they're even instead of there being a jog, and that
Correct.
happened down on the lower portion as well?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll start with comments. Who'd like to start?
I'll start. So regarding the screening, I'm talking about substantial conformance right now. Regarding that screening that you pulled up on the south elevation, I actually prefer the way it's presented today, a reduction of that screening. I think it actually makes the elevations look better. And I prefer to see more of the glass railing and less of the screening. I think that is within substantial conformance of the approval. And I don't think that the wall, now that you've been asked to remove the wall on the west elevation, I know you kept that because you didn't want to change too much, but I don't think that a reduction in height of that wall is going to take you out of the realm of substantial conformance, in my opinion. And I would prefer, just like we normally would see on any other elevated landscape area or planter area, I would prefer to see a safety railing around there and the other reason is I think that helps the bulk at the property line too. I completely understand why you did it, but somebody is going to end up walking out there because there is a wall there. And I don't think that reduction in height of that wall is going to change my interpretation of substantial conformance. I also don't think that the changes you made in the basement change my opinion of that either. So the only thing that I think that you would need to change in order to be a slight gesture to the inability to kind of spend a lot of time out on that elevated landscape area is to reduce that height and turn it into a railing. I'd like to know what my fellow board members think about that, but those are my comments.
I'm struggling with the basement and the comments made during PDA because I feel like the board understood that there were limitations to the existing structure, and that's why they had to come out and build as such. And there was an understanding of how large the home was, and I understand that it's not, the part I'm torn with is it doesn't change the perceived size, bulk, or scale, but it does change the heart of what was approved, and so that's where I'm torn right now on if it substantially conforms. I understand that the Planning Commission wanted clarity on what was happening, but the section now shows a big difference. It shows occupying, almost double the amount of space in the basement that wasn't there before. I do also agree, Board Member Sherry, with your observation that I think it's better if in order to actually satisfy the Planning Commission, would be to have a railing going around at the edges of the balconies that come in at 15 feet. And I think it would help the mass and bulk to lower that wall as well.
And the reason I'll just just talking about that substantial conformance with regards to the basement square footage. The reason that I think I'm okay with it is because, in my opinion, and maybe staff can direct me on this, my interpretation of substantial conformity is relative to our purview, which is what's visible. So if any project came to me and decided they wanted to carve out a little bit more of their basement to have more room for storage, and at the same time it happened to satisfy the requirements of the calculations of square footage, I would not think that was a breach of the substantial conformity, because our purview is an aesthetic board, and this is more of an issue of a calculation and how they went about doing that. So that's why I kind of stayed away from that. I was looking at more in terms of the purview of our board, which is aesthetically.
Board Member Graffiti.
Yes, I know I've been quiet. I wanted, as the person that found the previous plans substantially conforming, I wanted to make sure my other colleagues had a chance to discuss. First, I'm more in the camp of what Board Member Sherry is saying, with really just thinking about what our purview is and public views and privacy. And so I don't have an issue with the way we're considering the basement. And I think our comment before around the FAR was more guided towards, I think it was like 85% and change. And when we found, when we were reviewing the plans in October, that was more of the conversation piece, not what was happening at the first floor basement. And so because it's under 85%, that's conforming for the FAR guideline or requirement. I also am supportive of the wall reduction and adding a railing. I know it's a challenge to make sure you're substantially conforming, but also changing the project to what makes sense as you're thinking about decks and patios and all the other things that we've requested. And I also am supportive of the glass railing to the south versus the dividers.
Okay, do we have a motion?
May I just step in briefly, just to, again, remind you, I know that this has kind of been reiterated multiple times, but the decision before you today is substantial conformance of whether this set of final approval plans meets both the project design approval plans that SFDB granted, and then the city council upheld and provided those conditions in the resolution that you went through. It also we look back to the Planning Commission resolution and all of the items that were there. And this, you have a choice to approve with conditions, or deny. There's also continuance, but you'd have to be clear as to why it would need to be continued. But those are your options, and I just want to make really clear that we want to have very clear justification for whichever direction that you go with what you're looking for and why.
Okay, so with that, Board Member Sherry, I have a few questions. For the lowering, can you bring up the south elevation? And I guess first I'll comment that I think you're right that in most cases, all cases, we're looking at is the exterior in conformance with what was approved, and so I think that I can understand that as well. I think it's helpful hearing from Board Member Graffiti that wasn't a discussion before as far as the size of the home. So looking at this south elevation, I want to be clear on if we make a condition of approval that this wall be lowered, should it be lowered to meet the finished floor? Or I think it could be above it, but just is the condition that it be lowered, and by lowered by how much?
Lowered the wall, you mean? Yeah, I just think that massing of that wall, that's the 42-inch extra height, does not need to be there since you're not walking out onto that
I
area.
agree. We have to be very clear in what we say that it needs to be.
I think that I would, a transparent, more of a transparent type of a railing, like a cable railing that satisfies the code requirement in that location, but still allows you to see the fescue and the tree. And
You would still be okay with a railing at the end of that perimeter wall, even though the railing should be at the end of the balcony? I guess I need to.
I'm okay with the railing at that, I'm okay with the finished floor of the planting area being at that height that it was always designed at, with the reduction of the wall, 42 inches. And the only reason I'm okay with it is because they already got approval for the wall at the higher elevation. And what I'm trying to do is eliminate people from wanting to spend a lot of time on that balcony, which is against what the direction of the Planning Commission was by wanting us to go back to the guideline of 15 feet for a balcony.
Could I respond to that?
It's up to her.
Sure.
Yeah,
it's on.
Oh, yeah, thanks for that. I think the instruction of the city council was to pull the usable area back from the 15-foot setback, which we did. It was not to change the mass,
Yes,
bulk,
what's
and scale.
unclear right now and what we're struggling with is calling it a planter doesn't necessarily make it unusable, and we would like it to actually be unusable.
Well, I get that. It's, you can walk, people can climb in planters.
Right.
But if something changes in the plans and somebody in the future, let's say the house is sold and the next owner installs a deck there, they'll have to get that permitted, and that's what enforcement action is for. And I just don't believe that it's fair to try to enforce design aesthetics on what you think a future unpermitted
Right, I think
use might be.
the goal is like, if it were a raised planter, people are less likely to occupy it if it were closed off in some way, but right now, it feels like an extension of the balcony, which means it doesn't meet the requirement.
I'd like just to say one thing about that. The reason that I'm okay with the railing being transparent in nature, like a cable railing on the outside edge, is because if you tell them to put the railing on the inside face where the blue line is, a gardener could end up getting over there and maintaining it, and he'll fall over the edge. We deal with this a lot on these these podium residences on the Riviera, and then we get permits for, it meets the intent being 3 or 5 foot planter that you're not supposed to occupy. But the truth of the matter is people do go out there and they trim the plants and they replant and they manage the landscaping. So that's why I'm okay with that. If you think that we should add another railing at the inside edge, then we could add that to the condition to keep people from going out there. But I think there should be one at the outside edge for safety purposes.
Which to be clear, in this drawing there is.
Right now, there's a wall.
Correct.
Yeah.
For fall protection.
Correct,
if
and
needed
the
for a
discussion we're
garden.
having is whether that should be a solid, because it adds to the visual bulk.
I think the
We're done with, back and forth, unless staff, or we've got additional questions. Thank you. The thing that I'm wrestling with is that the Planning Commission was very clear on the balcony being 15 feet. And if it's not a clear restraint of the balcony, I don't know that we can say that they've met it.
The alternative would be to not only remove the wall, but lower the floor of the planter so that there's no way you can walk out there. And
I don't know if there's floor underneath it. and then we start
Oh,
getting,
yeah,
you
that's
know.
right. See,
so-
I don't think that's a solution.
Yeah, I don't think that's a solution. I think it's more that there would need to be some sort of rail
Barrier.
or barrier.
Then I think that would satisfy the intent of the planning commission, is adding a railing on the inside face and then adding a railing on the outside face.
Mhm.
And then you get your same massing, you get the level planter. But in order to meet the intent of the planning commission to reduce the usable area in that area, then you put the railing up.
Board Member Graffiti, your thoughts?
I agree with Board Member Sherry. I mean, a question I had was, do we have verbiage anywhere on when we have, built out deck space, but then there's planters on what is defined as usable deck space versus planters? Because I can see that getting a little bit complicated as we're seeing right now. And it'd be great if we had some sort of guideline, but it sounds like we're interpreting it.
To the board, I don't think we have any specific guidelines. I think your assessment of it sounds like there's multiple that have some kind of agreement. There seems to be a majority among board members of how you might add a condition in order to get it to meet the planning commission's efforts, but I don't, I think perhaps someone might want to try making a motion and then seeing how that works with the board.
Make a motion. Okay. While I do this, can you pull up our PDA minutes, the second to last tab, and go up a little bit because I want to reference these things. I lost my sheet. I move to approve this project for final approval with the following conditions. That a railing be added along or beyond the 15-foot setback for the balconies. The board would also approve the wall at the south and west elevations along the planter to be reduced. If reduced, include a non-obstructive railing, something like glass or cable rail.
Can I just confirm that's not a directive? That is just,
I don't think it's a requirement in my motion.
Okay. I want to make sure
Yeah.
we're super clear on what's a
I
directive
think
and
what they
isn't.
did for the wall matches what was already approved. But if they were to lower it and do those two things, it would still be approved. Those are the conditions, and with the following comments. The drawing set substantially conforms to the plans that received project design approval, including reducing the second floor plate height by 1 foot. And including screening of large expanses of glazing. The drawing set substantially conforms to the comments from City Council. City Council. Thank you. Yeah, that one. No. By reducing the second floor plate height to 10 feet 8 inches, to less than 10 feet 8 inches. And provide screening. The plans substantially conform to the comments provided by the Planning Commission. Go to the last tab. By lowering the height of the building to no greater than 265 feet and 8.5 inches. And by setting the balconies back 15 feet from the property line. And provided background to staff for FAR calculations. Do I have a second and/or amendments?
I'll second it, and I have a couple of clarifications, maybe. When you said background, provide background to staff, could we replace that with clarification to staff on the floor area ratio?
Yes, let's change it to provided clarification to demonstrate compliance.
Yes. And I also wanted the first item of the conditions regarding the railing, your first statement to be clarified, because I want to make it perfectly, I think you were clear about the reduction in height of the wall and replacement. I don't necessarily think glass is appropriate, because I think it should be more of a landscape railing, such as a cable railing that thing could have green, maybe, well, I don't know. And it's just, I think glass is more of a structural type of.
Would you also be okay with it being some sort of landscaping element?
I think that the railing is going to be important for safety, but a cable railing would be an appropriate solution for that application that plants can grow through, over and around. And so that one statement, the comment would be, the change would be for, instead of having an alternative as glass, it would be just a cable railing on the outside edge. And then I think that I'd like read back that first comment that you made about the railing, the inside railing, and make sure it's clear where that is.
I know I was trying to allow flexibility there, because what they're showing right now is a significant amount of planting that's beyond what the Planning Commission required. The Planning Commission required that it go just 15 feet. If you actually can go to the floor plan, the second floor plan on page 18. Right, so the requirement from Planning Commission is that line, thank you. As long as they meet that, then we can say that it's substantially conformed to what Planning Commission has required, and you won't visibly see it from beyond.
I think that we don't need to add a condition that interior, what grid line is that, 1? I don't think we need to add that railing there, since we're putting the safety railing on the outside and there's significant planting and a tree. The intent of the 15-foot is met by that whole area being landscaped. You can walk out to the edge of your property, you can walk around your yard to the fence, but this one's elevated, so I think.
They haven't shown full planting along that 5 feet strip, so we're back to some kind of.
Yeah. I'm okay not requiring the inside railing that we were discussing earlier. I'm okay with the outside railing and the planting. I think the planting.
Would you like to say no to my motion, and we'll take a roll call? Yes.
Hang on, just
Sorry,
for,
staff.
let's, I want to just, we've got a motion and a second to the motion, and we're kind of talking about
We're
an
trying
amendment here.
amendments
But
to
so
the
at this moment,
I'm
there
denying
is a
that of
support
the-
of the motion, which was to include an additional railing. You are asking for an amendment to the motion to consider not having that.
I'm not
or-
asking for anything, I'm
Just
just.
like discussing.
This is
Under
under
discussion,
discussion, because
thank
I
you.
seconded the motion.
Yes, correct. So,
This is all under discussion.
correct. So I just want to clarify that
Yeah.
that's where we are right now,
Yes.
and then continue.
Yeah, thanks. So, Board Member Sherry, I can either clearly say that that the railing needs to go at the division as shown between the hardscape and plantings, or I give them the option that that can expand a little bit, but you don't want a double railing.
I think just if Joni could read back that portion of the motion and see how it reads now. And then,
And if I may, I think it would be really helpful to kind of walk through on the plans where you're talking about the different
So what we're
areas.
talking about right now, if you zoom into that planting area, the existing division between the hardscape and softscape is aligned with the building edge. Which maybe, are you able to change colors? Great, we'll make it in red. Perfect. So, lovely. That is the current division right now. We want to make sure that we're being very clear along with the Planning Commission. And so right now, there's nothing to say that what's along that blue line is not part of the balcony. And we want to give some level of freedom of how they fill that out, and that's what's kind of complicated right now. Because even if that were a raised planter along the double blue section, that would have met the requirement as well, because you wouldn't have occupied that space. But right now, that feels still occupiable, other than the large tree.
and also still under discussion. The only reason that I would be okay with not doing the inside railing along the line of the building is because I think that with the planting that's proposed, and the fact that it's not a balcony, it meets the intent of our guidelines, and I think it meets the intent of the Planning Commission.
So is the goal then that we clarify that the plantings in that area need to be of a certain bulk?
I think the fescue
That it be fully filled with fescue?
will do that. I mean, I think that the proposed landscape plan, the way it's proposed and the fact that it's not hardscape is not encouraging that to be used as an outdoor dining area at all. That's not, that, if they build it that way, then that to me satisfies that requirement.
Board Member Graffiti?
Yeah, I agree with that. And like if they were all in individual pots or something like that, then yeah, that would not find that supportable because it is a full planting area. And I think we do have quantities and sizes somewhere. I might have missed that. I think we do. We can double check.
Yeah, let me go to the
sure.
planting plan.
But yeah, I agree.
But again, I would just like Joni to read back that portion of the motion before I decide I don't like it and I don't approve of it. That was the very first thing that Chair Lewis mentioned.
Okay, the first item I have is the condition that the railing be added along and beyond the 15-foot setback for the balconies.
That's the part that I think was unclear, that location. I think it should be, if you want your motion to stay the way it is, it should be clear, and I started my comment with this after I seconded the motion, that it needs to be clear where that's proposed. I think then it's going to be crystal clear that the intent is not to hang out in that area as an elevated balcony. So along that grid line, one, it's beyond the screen, so I can't see it, but that's the only clarification that I think the motion needs.
are the other chair members in support of that balcony, or would you rather the language say that the fescue be of a certain size?
I don't think the size matters. I think it's probably the quantities, but I think what you were trying to do in your motion was give flexibility of where the railing is, because it really just at a minimum needs to be 15. So it could be, anywhere between that blue line and the yellow or red where we're picturing. So it sounds like two things for discussion. One, should we give flexibility on where that is? And then the other is, do we even need it? And if it is fully planted out with fescue, the agaves in the tree, then no. I mean, I'd be interested to know, is it planting in ground? Like, is there edging? I don't know. Those would be helpful details. But if it truly is like a dirt planter, then I think you could argue you do not need a railing for that. And to Board Member Sherry's point, there is going to need to be some sort of access so that somebody can garden it and actually upkeep it. If it was a raised planter, which it's not in this plan, so unless we directed that, then maybe we would have a different philosophy of like where the railing would need to be. But these are the plans.
We could keep talking about this for
I know.
ever. But I will say that if you put in the motion that the railing, from a design standpoint, it makes sense to put it at the change between the hardscape, the way your motion calls out for, it makes sense to put it there so that that's good design, to put it at that demarcation line.
I agree. What I'm saying is that could change, but we're apparently now not allowing it. So
It's hard because we're trying to
fine.
read
I
the
know,
minds and
I
translate
know,
of
I
a
know.
directive that Planning Commission gave that we didn't. And so
Okay. Then I'm going to say a railing at, what do we call this? Aligned with the edge of the west building elevation at the divide between hardscape and plantings.
Does the seconder support that amendment?
Yes.
Pardon the interruption.
No.
I know, yeah, right. I know it was also on the table, discussion between cable railing and glass railing, wood railing.
Yes, as the maker of the motion, I approve that the language be changed to cable rail.
Thank you.
And if I missed it, forgive me, Chair and board members, but did you all want to add rationalization for the floor area? I know it's included the compliance, staff compliance, but there was discussion here tonight about the
Yes, we can add to that last item about the applicant providing substantial, I forget what I said about it. Yeah, but in addition, at the end of that item, Joni, if we can add that the board feels that to meet substantial conformance, the exterior needs to conform to the drawings that received project design approval, and the changes shown in the basement floor plan do not change or alter the exterior.
And does the seconder support that amendment?
Yes.
Anything else? Or
Take a roll call.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
yes.
Board Member Sherry,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, thank you.
And Chair Lewis, if we could swap screens, and then if you could just make an announcement about this being an appealable action.
Yes. The decisions of the Single Family Design Board may be appealed to the Planning Commission. For further information and guidelines on how to appeal a decision to the Planning Commission, please contact planning staff at 805-564-5578 as soon as possible. Appeals may be filed in person at the Community Development Department at 630 Garden Street or in writing via email to planningcounter@santabarbaraca.gov, and by first-class mail postage prepaid within 10 calendar days of the meeting that the board took action or rendered a decision. Appeals and associated fee postmarked after the 10th calendar day will not be accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I also want to just add a general comment for our board of this is why we need volunteers on our board. And also the importance of speaking up during project design approval. Yeah. Okay, with that, the Single Family Design Board meeting for October 21st is adjourned.
Thank you.